Okay, so we can start. Welcome everyone. Thank you for joining today's meeting, which is our SAAM final event. So not to lose too much time, in short, about the program, we will start with presenting a new video. Today's meeting, which is our SAAM final event.
It's about the video stream. You need to disable the audio of it.
Just to let me see how to do this.
Disable the audio.
On the video. Let me see how to do this. Okay, so do you hear me now? Do you hear well?
Yes, fine.
Okay, sorry about that. So we should start right again. As you see in the program, we have a new promo video which we'll start with today to show a bit about the main idea behind the project, the key pillars on which the SAAM is based, and the potential before we dig a bit more into the two main characteristics about SAAM. Then we have partners, colleagues from other projects that will share their experience, their results in the next session. So I suggest that we directly start with the video, but please bear in mind that it's still pre-version. Final version will be available in a couple of days. So there's some few things, minor things to do before this. Okay, so I'm sharing now the video.
SAAM can started as a research and innovation project for developing coaching services for self-care and better well-being for seniors. It's a joint initiative of 10 partners from 5 European countries.
Една от основните цели на проекта SAAM е да предоставяме препоръки за по-активен начин на живот на възрастните хора.
Моето първо впечатление от системата е, че тя работи много интуитивно и просто. Всъщност тя ми дава спокойствието и сигурността, от която се нуждая, тъй като съм сама.
In SAAM, we utilize several persuasive approaches to motivate and support primary users to achieve behavior change goals with respect to different domains such as sleeping and mobility. This is done by means of various modalities. They include traditional screen-based interfaces by showing persuasive messages, using a dedicated iconography and playing pre-recorded speech messages. Above that, primary users are not the only target group of our persuasive approaches. We also use secondary users such as family members or professional caregivers as persuasive proxies for the older adults. In addition, we developed a more unobtrusive interface in the form of an ambient IoT device that includes various sensors as well as an integrated LED matrix that shows visual nudges. It also is equipped with a speaker for instructions and notifications in the form of earcoms. The persuasive messages are designed to be suitable in their respective domain. For example, for the sleep module, we utilize habit-forming theories and took insights from recommender system design, cognitive behavioral therapy. For the activity module, we used self-monitoring, tailoring Persuasive packages.
One of the key components of the SAAM system is power measurement and control device. This is a smart advanced energy meter running non-intrusive load monitoring and energy desegregation algorithm for recognizing the in-house end users activities.
Съобщават ни кога не сме направили примерно нужните контакти, не сме излезли на любимите места и препоръките наистина също са полезни.
Препоръките, които възрастните хора получават, могат да отиват както към тях директно, така и към техния социален кръг.
Платформата SAAM генерира интересен и голям набор от данни, касаещи състоянието на възрастния човек и може да бъде в реална помощ и подкрепа, както за домашния помощник, така и за социалния асистент и личния асистент, които полагат грижи за възрастни хора и хора с увреждания в домашна среда.
SAAM is an open, resilient and scalable data platform. The key focus is protection of the personal data of the users of the platform. It consists of two main architectural modules. One is the endpoints that ingest data from the endpoint devices that we use for analytical purposes and coaching, and the data layer that holds that data securely in a distributed manner. We achieve that through caching and scalable infrastructure that allows us to meet the demand on the platform.
The Pipeline Manager is a system that takes the user's raw sensor data, assesses their situation, and finally uses models to calculate their coaching actions.
The appropriate coaching actions in SAAM are selected in a SAAM coaching system, and the high-level reasoning there in this system is done by decision models which are developed with DEX decision modeling methodology. DEX methodology is suitable for such a purpose since it's a transparent methodology and the models of this methodology are qualitative. So these methods are quite easy to use for the experts, and they are also understandable to the experts and the users if they would like to check how the models operate.
The system can also be applied for the purposes of rehabilitation.
Платформата може да бъде интегрирана и добавена към телемедицината, което е много важно, тъй като ще осигури връзка на възрастния човек и домашния помощник с личния лекар. Ние виждаме сериозен потенциал и много важна добавена стойност. Това са функции свързани с проследяване състоянието на възрастните хора, откриване на отклонения спрямо тяхните ежедневни навици и привички, както и сигнализиране при промяна на ситуацията. Това може да бъде дълъг престой в леглото на възрастния човек, пропускане на важни мероприятия или събития предварително планирани, или загубване на човека извън дома, но могат да бъдат и рискови ситуации, като например забравяне включени за продължително време на различни електрически уреди, което е много опасно.
The main components and models of the SAAM system are being tested with the users, and during the development the users could clearly see what works and what doesn't, and they could see this not only in theory but also in practice. The development of the system is not yet complete. However, with the feedback from the pilots, we now have a clear idea of its capabilities. We are quite confident that the system can provide a valuable service to elderly and adults and assist them in their independent and active living. The functionality of the system can be further improved either by integrating additional sensors or by adapting the system to specific groups of users. With the core system now in place, this can be done relatively easily.
Тази платформа има потенциала да осигури сигурност и спокойствие на възрастните хора и на техните близки, както и да подобри качеството им на живот.
Искам по-рано да мога да я изследвам, да я разуча и когато ми се наложи, тъй като все още съм работоспособна. Обаче никой не знае в кой момент ще се нуждае от чуждо присъствие, а аз в момента съм сама. И затова искам да проуча, за да знам на какво да се доверя, когато няма да мога да си извършвам тези дейности и че ще има някой, който да следи моето състояние и да се получава съответната помощ.
SAAM is not an inanimate robot, avatar or hologram. SAAM is an invisible ambient sensing system that detects behavioral changes and empowers everyday life improvement by stimulating natural interactions between seniors, their homes and their closest people.
That was in short about SAAM. And now I suggest to dig right into our next presenters, the two main characteristic about SAAM, which is one is the persuasive strategies used and the coaching decision model. So I directly pass the word to Alexander from the University of Salzburg. Just let me see if you can, I believe you can share screen, Alex.
Let me see if I can share my screen. It says that I can't until you unshare yours.
Okay, here it goes.
Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Perfect. Just move this thing around here. So thanks for this great overview. So I can leave out the description a little bit since we got this great overview. My name is Alexander Meszczyakov. I'm professor here at the University of Salzburg at the Center for Human-Computer Interaction. And I want to talk today about the persuasive strategies we used in SAAM, the approach, the evidence, and the reasoning. So let's get it going. The utmost goal of the SAAM, persuasive goals of the SAAM system was to use persuasive strategies that are designed to support the coaching system, the SAAM system itself, that triggers then a kind of optimum behavior from the users based on the data that is collected throughout the system. So we had to get all the data together and then build those pipeline streams and then translate that by the means of persuasive strategies in order to make them applicable for the users. When we talk in SAAM about users, we always have to mention that we have two kinds of users. We have primary users and secondary users. And for primary users, the aim was to motivate and support those users to achieve the behavioral change goals. And that is done by alerting them and motivating them whenever activity patterns that we measure with the system somehow changes or are untypical. And these then would trigger certain actions based on the pipelines we have. And that should then also, or should also trigger behavioral changes in the primary users by appealing them to secondary users. And these secondary users could be family members, friends, caregivers. For secondary users, we also used some of those persuasive strategies. Only mentioned one goal here, namely to encourage them to be involved with primary users and to support them when the situation demands some actions from them. So just wanted to mention that we have these two different user groups in the SAAM system. Based on that, we created several profiles for the primary user group. And that is differentiated between the different end user organizations. You can see here, for instance, for Austria, we work together with EUProjects in Vienna, and can see that we have 4 different basic user profiles here that were also then included in the design of those persuasive messages. The same holds true for BRC, the Caritas, and SOCA in Slovenia. So one will not go into detail here on those profiles. I just wanted to mention that we also had these profiles which are used then in order to tailor and to formulate those persuasive messages we were using. You already saw the SAAM system, the SAAM basic system. It comes with several sensors and actuators, which you can see here on that graphical representation. I want to mention that not for all of the different sites and pilot sites we used all of the sensors, but we used most of them in all of the sites. When it comes to interaction design, the question is how can we provide those persuasive messages to our end users, especially the primary end users, and we relied here on 2 interaction systems. On the one hand, we used tablet systems since they are multi-purpose devices, which we could use for different purposes. And typically users are also familiar with those devices. And then we created an ambient interface, which you can see here, the matrix creator, which is an LED circle, which could be used for ambient interfaces and interaction approaches. I will go into detail a little bit later on that, but in principle, we had these two kinds of interaction systems where we can build upon the persuasive messages. We also applied multimodal approaches. So that means that all of the persuasive messages we provided were not only shown on one device, but if possible on many devices, at least in the design phase. We had, of course, the primary and secondary users in our target group. And then we differentiated between three modalities here. One modality would be a visual one, namely text messages. And these text messages were then formulated with respect to different behavioral strategies. So it could be suggestions that were made. We used self-monitoring as a persuasive messages, or commitment of participants in order to improve their lifestyle. Could also use audio messages that could be used in several ways. So pre-recorded voices could nudge the user towards certain goals, or we also wanted to have a more ambient atmosphere in the SAAM system by the use of earcans. Then we also used light and light patterns or color coding in the light, as you already saw in the matrix, that were used to create an ambient atmosphere in order to support persuasive messages. For the secondary users, we mainly relied on text and suggestions. When we are now going a little bit more into detail, which kind of different persuasive messages we created, let me talk about the text realm. So we use them for the primary users, but also for the secondary users. And text messages were, for instance, notifications or reminders of certain activities we wanted the users to have. Those text messages were renderings of coaching actions, which we took out of the pipeline. So in principle, all of which can include persuasive elements in those text messages. And we will come a little bit later on concrete examples how we utilized persuasive strategies in order to create and formulate those text messages based on the user profiles, but also based on the content and on the domain which users were into. We also created some sets of iconographies. They could be also used as persuasive instruments when it comes to establishing habits or setting reminders in order for the users not only to be able or needing to read certain kinds of text, but by creating those iconographies, we aspired to have a more ambient nudging system that gets learned over system by the users. It should be then substitute text or be in addition to text. And that could be thematic icons, as I already said, to send reminders or notifications. These are also diagrams to show the association of different activities and the impact to the user. As far as we could do that based on the usage scenario, and as long as the users wants to dive deep into those diagrams. And of course, we also used typical graphical elements like graphs and charts for data visualization of the user behavior with respect to self-monitoring. Then we have the ambient interface designs. Here we particularly used sound, and I already, as I said, we used speech and so-called earcans. Speech were pre-recorded messages that was about to alert users about certain behaviors or to give recommendations or to be used as a reminder for certain goals. And earcans as similar sense as icons, as some tones that try to persuade the user to get into a certain feeling and also into a certain mode in order to change behavior, to give these small hinges and nudges for a certain behavior.
Then we have this other ambient interface, namely the light LED sensor, which is integrated in the matrix interface to send notifications, also to serve as reminders for specific activities. And I show here an example we did in a user-centered workshop in the beginning of the project, where we were thinking about different color codings, and for social interaction, we use this green lightning or green color coding as an ambient feedback. We use the slightly ascending melody, some voice recordings, and then you could see two halves, a green and the blue one, and they were filling them into circles. For the sleep behavior, we used a different kind of melody, a calm and descending melody. We also had some voice recordings, and we created a slow pulsating purple light that should reflect some kind of breathing instructions also for the users. Also, we didn't go very much into detail here, but there were some nice workshops in the beginning, in the design phase of those interfaces, where we thought of how could those designs be designed in order to reflect the actual behavior we wanted to have in the users. When it comes to different persuasive strategies, we relied on several theories. I outline here three in particular, and then there are several other strategies I just briefly mentioned. So one is digital nudging or nudges, which can be described as any aspect of the choice architecture that alters people's economic behavior in a predictable way without forbidding any options of significantly changing their economic incentives based on Thaler and Sunstein. So we created those different nudges that were tailored towards a certain behavior, and based on the actual behavior of people, we then tried to give those nudges at certain moments. Another strategy we used is framing. So we know that the message needs to be perceived in a certain context, and the framing of the context itself and the framing of such a how you describe these different persuasive strategies has a big impact on the actual usage of the system, but also how it might be then used and how often it might be used. Another area we tackled was habit formation. So one big goal of SAAM would be that you create the actual, not only a system that always reminds a person to do something in a sense that it oversees the person, but that we could create some kind of habit formation, so which is frequently repeated and has acquired a high degree of automaticity here and is cued in stable context. So ideas we had, for instance, was that if a person should drink more water, then you could relate that to activities like if somebody is cleaning the teeth and if they're already at the water sink, and then they could drink a glass of water here. So these were directions we were thinking when we thought of habit formation, or if you go to bed, that you fulfill a certain habit in the sleep area, like breathing instructions or something like that, so that you actually get a long-term persuasive effect. Other persuasive strategies you can see here on this slide. So rewards were given, so we created suggestions in a certain way. Messages were tailored towards the specific needs, as you already saw in the video. We had different user groups from the sleep domain in Austria to recreation in Slovenia to social circles and more activity in other partner countries. We also used self-monitoring as a means for persuasion, so that you actually set the goal, and then based on the designs and on the data we get from the user, that they could actually oversee what they are doing. Self-monitoring or monitoring of people's behavior were then also used for the secondary end users in order to be used as persuasive proxies, as long as the primary users was willing to share this data with secondary users. Authority was something we used, reciprocity, consistency, consensus, social proofing. So these are also well proven concepts which we had in mind when creating and framing those different persuasive messages. Another aspect was that we took those different aspects of these different persuasive strategies and then were thinking about how to apply some of those methods in the different modules we had. And we had 4 modules for the pilot studies. That was the activity module. There we used self-monitoring and tailoring. We had a social module with personal contacts and relationship building. So here we used suggestions and reciprocity as persuasive strategies, or how we framed those messages in that module. In the mobility module, again, habit formation and routines were targeted, self-monitoring, self-efficacy theory, intrinsic motivation, tailoring. And finally, for the sleep module, so that's the module I'm most familiar with, because that's the module we were targeting here in Austria. We, as I already said, used habit formation and routines, knowledge and experience from recommendation of recommender systems, from cognitive behavioral therapy and suggestions. So we're together with the sleep department at the University of Salzburg, how to frame those messages in order to get a certain behavior, or at least to support a certain behavior. And then here you can see a table where you can see those different persuasive approaches we were using in SAAM, the domains in which we applied those persuasive approaches, the interfaces with which we used in order to send the message to the end users, the different modalities which we were using, and also the user groups we were targeting with. So this is a rather complicated graphic, but we didn't want to get everything at any modality and user and interface, but we were discussing what would be most sensible in those different areas. I want now to show you a few examples how we created those messages, or examples of those messages, especially. So in that sense, primary users were the target group. It was in the sleep domain, and the persuasive strategy behind it was suggestion. We then created example phrasings, as you can see here, like you might sleep better if you only go to bed if you feel sleepy. So that was this is one of the most pressing problems, especially if you're not sleeping well, that sometimes you go to bed too early and then sleep awake in bed. And one approach would be here that you really stay up until you're sleepy and then you go to bed. You can see it's very, very nuanced and very easy instructions of what we wanted to give here to nudge users in a certain behavior. And that especially based on the usage data of the user. So based on the ambient sensor and the bed sensor, we could see that people would still stay in bed for sometimes not sleeping. And then those messages, based on the pipelines we defined, would be visualized. Example suggestion phrasing, an interrogatory sentence here could be, have you considered you might sleep better if you go to bed only when sleeping? So we tried out those different messages in the SAAM system in the pilot studies. Another example, again, targeted at primary users in the sleep domain with self-monitoring as one of the persuasive strategies. A sentence could be here, or a phrase, your data show that you are spending X minutes in bed before you falling asleep. Again, the X minutes is based on sensor data, which is then included here in that message. And then you might sleep better if you only go to bed when you feel sleepy. You can see there are these nuanced ways of providing those messages. Another example was, have you considered you might sleep better if you only go to bed when you're sleepy? Okay, we had already had that on the previous slide. Here would be an example for secondary end users in the sleep domain. So a suggestion strategy could be here that the data shows that the primary end users you are in contact with you, your mother, your father, your sister, sleep quality has been decreasing by some values this week. So you can see that these examples or these messages would only be used when the data is there, when there is a decrease in sleeping behavior, and not all the time. This week compared to previous weeks, you might want to encourage the end user to visit a doctor about the sleep quality. That might be a persuasive message. So if the secondary user is not a family member, as in my example here, but it could be also then be the information for a caregiver in order to talk about sleeping, for instance, with the end users, if there is a caregiver involved in the system. I now can present a few insights on the sleep module in Austria. So we are currently evaluating and analyzing the results. So we had a 12 weeks pilot study here. We had 8 participants, for female and male participants, average age 75 years old, between 69 and 80 years old. Most participants' highest level of education, apprenticeship or secondary education in Austria. Don't know if you can see the tech usage graph here. You can see that all 8 users are rather familiar with technology. They all use smartphone, radio, television, internet, emails. Most of them a computer or at least a notebook. 6 out of 8 use Skype or WhatsApp or other message services. They also have more than half use medical monitoring systems for blood pressure. They also have, many of them, a landing phone, some of them a tablet. Facebook was not so well used, simple phone calls, and the activity tracker was used by 1 participant. I only want to show you that especially the Austrian population is rather tech savvy here in comparison to other usage areas. So that's why you also need to tailor those different messages towards a certain system. And that was also one of the challenges we had to balance out these different technological experiences of users in the end. But because it seems to be, if it's too simple and too little sophisticated, then especially Austrian users might not accept the system, especially if it's capable of doing so many things as SAAM, and in comparison to users which are not so technology prone, they might want to have a very ease of use system which guides them through the day. So you can see here the sleep quality of the system. So on the y-axis, you can see the sleep quality scale based on the Pittsburgh Sleep Index here. And then you can see those different lines, different kinds of sleep qualities. So the blue line is the sleep quality in general. The orange one would be sleep latency, the gray one sleep duration, the yellow one efficiency, the red one sleep problems, sleep pill consumption, and daytime sleepiness. And you can see, so the higher the number is, the worse the scores are. So if it decreases, it gets better. And at least, and we have 3 points in time when we had interviews during that 12 weeks period with the end users. And you could see in Austria that sleep quality, subjective sleep quality overall over the users improved during the usage of the SAAM system. And also sleeping problems decreased significantly in comparison to the first week with the last week. So there is some tendency that the system actually works in that sense. But I also have to mention here, of course, it's only 8 participants, and some had some kind of sleep problems, as you can see in the beginning, but it's not a medical device we were constructing here, and it's subjective sleep quality which we were assessing here. Here is another graph we have. Again, the Pittsburgh Sleep Index, now with respect to sleep problems, which we were looking at. And here especially one line stands out, as you can see, namely nighttime early wake-up phases decreased also significantly. Mentioned by the users, of course, in a qualitative setting, in an in situ setting, we can never be sure that solely the SAAM system would be the system that helped to solve problems, but at least there is some hints that the SAAM system would help to decrease the sleep problems with the users. Then a few last slides on my side. On intrusiveness of the system. So you can see here, so you can see here on the left side how much was the system noticed, and you can see at 2 points in time we were asking that question, at the beginning and at the end of the study, and in principle you can see that was not noticed very much. That's what we aimed for, to a certain degree at least, since it should be an ambient system, and also people did not feel uncomfortable. Here you can see on an individual level the usability of the system. So the x-axis shows the different participants, and you can see that the blue lines are the first service, and the second, and the orange lines are the second phase. And you can see that it's highly individual. That's on a scale from 1 to 7. 1 is a low usability, 7 is high usability. You can see participant number 1 was pretty satisfied and found the usability rather good, and participant number 2 was rather skeptical. So overall, there was a tendency towards decreasing, especially interesting for participant number 6 here. And we will have to look into data how that comes, that in the beginning usability was ranked a little bit higher than in the end of the system, of using the SAAM system. Here is the scale for utility of the system. Again, there are diverse settings here. Numbers are unfortunately not so high. And we will again have to look into detail. But we also can see, especially for users at the end here, that there was sometimes a significant improvement also of the utility of the system. And finally here, my last slide is on the reliability of the system. Again, you can see those individual differences, especially user number 1 and 8 were rather reporting that the system was reliable. But then we also had some outliners here. You can see in number 6, where we probably had some problems in the reliability of the system itself. But I can't go into detail here, since these are, well, I got the numbers yesterday and discussed them with my researchers at the University of Salzburg. With that I want to thank you. I hope I did not extend the time too much. I tend to extend it. I see into Vera's face. Sorry for being a little bit late. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you also for showing us a bit the feedback from pilots. I know that we'll come back to it later when we talk about challenges and lessons learned also in piloting and how we engaged users. Now we go directly to Martin to catch up a bit on the time to talk about the decision support system behind SAAM. Martin from JSI.
Let me share the screen. Do you see the opening slide?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so I will present the SAAM's coaching system. In particular, I would like to focus on the methodologies and components that were used in the reasoning parts of this system. So as you have heard, in SAAM, we are coaching to the primary users, but also to the secondary ones. And we are coaching in these 4 domains: mobility, daily activity, sleep quality, and social activity. From the technical standpoint, the coaching is done in a so-called coaching pipeline. A coaching pipeline is just a series of components which need to be used one after another to get from the sensor data through data transformation, reasoning based on this data, and at the end, actuation, which means showing the final result to the user. In particular, we will focus on the reasoning models here in the next slides. So in SAAM, we developed 9 coaching pipelines, which are shown in that box at the right low corner. So let's start with sensing. There are some sensors used in SAAM, which are shown in this box below, but we will not go into details. The main, let's say, the main task of the sensors was to measure things, to monitor the user, and to send raw data to the database. So in SAAM, we had about 200 to 800 megabytes of raw data per day per user. So this raw data was not really very useful on its own. And to make it useful, we had a number of criteria estimation components, which could be noted also as feature construction components. So the task of this component is to take this raw data and then to calculate some higher level features, some concepts which are more meaningful to the users and which can be then entered as inputs to the models further on. To have an example here, we have an example from the sleep domain. On the left, there is just some accelerometer data, which is in raw form, just a bunch of numbers. But then with these criteria estimation components, we can get to a bit higher level features, which show the periods in the night when the user was in bed, the periods when user was very probably asleep, and the times when the user was in bed but awake. So from this, we can calculate many interesting things, from sleep duration to sleep latency, which is this first period when the user is still not sleeping, and so on. So these are all such examples. And for instance, we have such examples also from the domain of daily activity. In this case, I'm just showing you a plot, which is a result of some criteria estimation based on the data from the power meter. So the raw data that the power meter sends to its database. Based on this, we can get intermediate results, like here where we have some power consumption by different devices and some power ups and downs. And from this, we can get to even higher level components, such as the number of cooking events per day, weekly cooking average, some predictions of daily and weekly cooking. In these cases here, for a reason, it shows that these components, so these criteria estimation components, can also be used in a succession. So output of one component can be input to another, and so on. So now we go to the main part of the coaching pipeline, or at least to the main reasoning part. Here we have a series of 3 models: the situation assessment, the coaching action selection model, and the rendering model. So the first one makes an assessment of the situation at hand. For example, it finds out that the social activity of the user is low, or that it is lower than usual. Then the next model, the coaching action selection model, needs to decide which coaching action to take. So it takes the situation, also some context, and then suggests a coaching action. For instance, this one suggests the secondary user, which is a friend, to call the primary user. But this is still not the final result, because we also have to decide how to show such a coaching action, with which parameters to equip it, with which persuasion strategy, and so on. And this is the task of the rendering model. While these models are, let's say, developed and implemented and maintained by the technical partners, they're actually defined by the domain experts. So these are experts from domains of social activity, of helping the seniors, and so on. So they need to be understandable and easy to define. So how do they look like? If we go from the start, the situation assessment model takes several criteria, not just one, from various criteria estimation functions. Then it aggregates them to a bit higher level concepts, and at the end we get the situation. For example, that the social activity is low. This goes as input to the coaching action model. So it is just one of the criteria there. We add some more. from the context, from the past observations of the user, maybe also from the feedback, and then at the end of the day, we get a suggested coaching action. Now, the pipeline was designed in such a way that these two models could be very easily interchanged. So we could swap them with updated versions, with simplified versions, or with changes if they would be necessary. And this was also used in the project, and it was quite useful to have this. So from the methodological perspective, these two models are of the same kind of methodology. It is quite clear they need to be hierarchic decision models, but there we have a few choices to make. So there are many methodologies that could fit. One of them, which is well-known, is AHP. However, AHP is a methodology that is based on comparisons of situations. So this would not be very suitable in our case. Much more suitable would be the MOT, the multi-attribute utility theory method, which is a numerical method which works with weights and explicit user preferences. And this would be a useful one. And the next candidate was DEX. This is a very similar to multi-attribute utility theory, but it is a qualitative methodology and it is meant to be used on a bit of a higher level. It is also much more transparent and understandable to both the users and to the model developers. For this reason, and because we have a lot of experience with this methodology, we have selected DEX. So to explain a bit how do these models look like, we have here a sketch of a model. We can see that we have some concepts which enter as inputs. These are those boxes on the lowest level, which are combined and aggregated then into a bit more complex concepts. And at the end, they are aggregated into the final assessment or the final score or the final decision of such a model. So these models can handle multiple criteria. They can deal to some extent with combinatorial explosion of values through hierarchical structuring. So as we are structuring these things hierarchically, we do not get into too much trouble when we are combining a lot of criteria together. So this is in comparison to some methodologies which are only able to handle 2 to 3 or max 4 criteria, for instance. A very specific characteristic of DEX methodology is that the value scales are qualitative, and also the reasoning rules are qualitative and not numerical. We will see an example shortly. So here it is, an example of the social activity model for the case of activity with friends. So we can see that the overall social activity with friends was assessed based on 2 things, based on absolute activity and based on relative activity with friends. The absolute activity is based on the calls, the visits, and the time spent together with friends outside, in comparison to the goals that the users have set for those things. So is the number of calls from friends in line with the goals that were set by the users, and so on. So these values get assessed, aggregated into higher level concepts, and pushed up the model to the final result. The relative activity is also based on calls, visits, and time spent together outside. However, in this case, we do not compare with goals, but we compare with the values from the previous periods. So we are comparing trends. Is it a decreasing or increasing trend? We have now put also the values next to these concepts, and these are the qualitative values that I was telling you previously about. So you can see that these are mainly things like low, medium, and high, or in case of relative values, increases and decreases. Of course, we can get to these low, medium, and high quality values only if we have suitable feature construction functions which take into account the actual numbers and the goals, for instance. So this is obviously a prerequisite. But then we have these qualitative values, and these are very suitable for modeling. If we now forget the bottom part of the model to just concentrate on this relationship of how to combine these two absolute and relative activities into the overall activity, to get an idea what are the rules like. So as all the values are qualitative, what we can do is to simply create all the possible combinations of the inputs, and then for each one of them, just simply put down the value of the higher level concept, which is aggregating them. So for instance, you could read this table like this. If we have a high decrease in relative activity and at the same time the absolute activity is very low, then the activity with friends is very low. And we also have some mixed things, like if we have a decrease in relative activity, but the absolute activity is still high, then the activity with friends is still high, and it's not, let's say, medium or low. So in some sense, we can also define the importance of one or another, or some relationships which can be also highly nonlinear in such cases. And when we get this activity, so the situation assessed, this then gets as an input to the coaching action selection model, which is shown here, which takes this activity, combines this with the information what was the lowest activity, for instance, whether invite is possible, so whether the user is able to invite somebody to himself, and whether there is somebody, some friend who is available for being invited, so not out of home, let's say. And then the interaction preferences, so whether the user prefers to have interaction being done to him or to the secondary user, or whether he has no preference. And this goes into the coaching action selection. So it's a very simple model. But what is not simple is the amount of coaching actions which are available here. We have a huge amount of coaching actions to select. And one of them is also no action. So in quite a few situations, we would like to put no action, not to nag the user if everything is okay, for instance. So also in this case, very simple, we have a table, which in this case is much larger. It contains 120 rules, as you see, because there are many input criteria with many values, and there is not much hierarchy in between. But it is still manageable, and we have some tools in the methodology which allow to use weights and only define some important rules and then leave the system to define the rest. But if the user wants, or if the designer wants, they can also define every single rule individually. What we can also see in this example is that in some cases, we can also define the rules to be non-deterministic, so that we have at the end, as a final result, a probability distribution, and the final outcome is then sampled from this probability distribution according to the distribution itself. So the result in some situations is not always the same, but can change. So this is useful in cases when there are more than one coaching actions which are suitable. And this option was also used in all the models of the social activity pipelines. Now, regarding the characteristics of this methodology, which I wanted to present, are some that are positive and some that are negative and some that are in between. Among the positive, for sure, is the transparency and understandability of those models. So we have also experienced in SAAM that it was not difficult to domain experts to deal with this, which is how it should be, because they have a task to deal with all the knowledge that needs to be encoded. So they should not worry about the methodological aspects of that. It is also quite proven in practice, and it has some, let's say, characteristics which are suitable for implementation, like that it executes fast, the models can be serialized, so they can be stored in a database for easy exchange, and so on. A feature which is in between is that knowledge representation, as you have seen, is combined with reasoning in this model. So also the knowledge and how it operates is all put in the models together. So this has some good implications, like this makes everything very understandable. everybody can check how it works and why it works in such a way. But it also has some bad points, like the representation of knowledge in such models is very model focused or task focused, and the reuse of this is questionable. So typically it has to be redesigned a bit to be used in similar tasks. There are also some negative points, like if we have a lot of numeric criteria, it's quite unnatural to model with those. In SAAM, this was resolved by having feature construction methods that took care of this. And we can run into combinatorial problems. Also for those, as I have mentioned in between, we have some tools which allow for using weights and automatic setting of rules. The third one has no, let's say, solution. This is the fact that in some cases we have combinations which are not plausible. So we have we have combinations of the input variables, which because of their dependence are, let's say, not plausible or impossible, but still they need to have some value defined. And this is just something that does not have a solution in this modeling methodology, because it is a so-called closed world methodology, it's just an annoyance. So finally, we get to the last reasoning part. This is the rendering model. This is the one that selects, now I have a coaching action. To whom do I send this? With which strategy and with which modality should it be shown? So here we have a few examples of coaching actions which are made for various modalities, so either wording, text, or voice. They are developed for various persuasion strategies, suggestion and commitment in this case, as you see. And then some of them have some parameters. You have seen this also in the previous presentation, that some of these wordings need parameters to be filled in. So this is also the task of this rendering model. It needs to select, for instance, in this coaching action, there is some event happening soon. Perhaps you could go there with somebody which is family secondary user. So this rendering component needs to select an event from the user calendar. It needs to select a specific secondary user that is family member. And in this selection, it obeys some rules. Let's say not to constantly select the same person and so on, to select the person which is available and things like that. So this is done with individual rules, and this is not implemented in the same part as the previous two models. It is implemented a bit closer to the core server databases because it has to be close. It has to have access to the more intimate parts of those databases, like what are the events in the calendar of the user, what are the, let's say, family members, which are secondary users that are available for invitation, and so on. And at the end of the day, we have actuation, showing to the user the coachings either in a web application, mobile phone, or tablet, with visual and voice devices that were shown already previously, and not least with actual physical visits and calls by the secondary users. Also, the users have many ways to present the data to themselves. They can check, here we have on the left the mobility case. They can check how much they walked and did they reach the threshold of walking, or on the right they can check what was their sleep in the previous week or in the weeks before that. So how is their sleep improving? And this is also a kind of a coaching action, a bit more implicit, let's say, that can be used in the system. And with this, I conclude my presentation on the coaching system. Thanks.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you for explaining the whole pipeline from sensing to rendering, also for the methodology and the methods used behind. As we already consumed the time for questions and answers, I suggest to go directly to the next session, which is additional projects that operate in the ICT for well-being and healthcare. We have 3 projects now to be showcased. Also, if you have questions, you may use the chat function. We can reply in it, or also by raising hand. So we can also use the final slot with the open discussion if you have some questions. So I give the word to Lorenz from Tohoku University. He will talk about e-VITA, which is a new initiative, EU Japan initiative. Lorenz, do you hear me?
Yes, I do.
Hello, hello.
I was expecting another speaker because there is one in the program, but it's okay. I will share my screen. Can you see?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Lorenz Granrath. I am living in Japan since 20 years and started here actually building up a Fraunhofer office for the German big research organization. In 2014, I moved to EIST, which is Japanese National Research Center for Advanced Industrial Science and Technology, also with about 10,000 people and several institutes, renewable energy, microelectronics, materials, IT, and artificial intelligence. That's where I spent the last years, actually. And I moved together with Rainer Wieching from University Siegen, the project e-VITA, which is EU-Japan Virtual Coach for Smart Aging. And in May, actually, which is just a few weeks ago, I moved to Tohoku University, and you see the building here on the right side. It's the this nice building here on the right side is the Smart Aging Research Center, and the other buildings also belong to the research field. Tohoku University, I just want to introduce shortly our university before then coming to e-VITA. So you see here Japan map, and you see here Tokyo. Sendai is where the Tohoku University is located. It's about 300 kilometers from Tokyo. Tohoku University is actually one of the imperial universities which started just 1885 after this Meiji Revolution. And there are now especially 3 designated national universities in Japan. So it's Tokyo University, Kyoto University, and Tohoku University. The specialty is maybe the practice orientation of Tohoku University and the research activity. So it's pretty strong, for example, also in microelectronics. It's strong in materials. Aging is one of the topics, aging and health, and spintronics. So these are the 4 core ideas. And as a Fraunhofer representative, actually in 2005, I started to collaborate with Tohoku University, and we had annual seminars. Now, coming to the Institute for Development, Aging and Cancer, that was established in 1941. And in 2006, they started the activity of smart aging. And finally, in 2017, the so-called Smart Aging International Research Center was started. And you see the building here again on the right side. That's also where my office is located. And you see here a small picture. Besides this is another building. We have the equipment like MRIs and animal testing facilities, and the development and the cancer research is located in the buildings behind. What we are doing is actually at the forefront of brain science research, so analyzing the brain and what influences the brain. So, for example, gray matter or white matter, they decrease with the age, or they decrease with weight, or with not enough exercise, or with bad mood, and so on. So these kind of things is actually a basic thing. So the Smart Aging Research Center focuses on dementia-free society, and here actually thinking what can help. So we have biological defense systems, so what can the body do against this? We do biopredictive medical research to help dementia. So dementia is actually really one of the biggest problems in aging. We have development to cognitive neuroscience. We have socioeconomic aging research, but also planning and development and human welfare. So everything that relates to aging. So this is very briefly. Of course, our institute is very open for collaboration, especially international collaboration. That's one of the major things of Tohoku University, and I would be happy to get in contact with many of you. Now, I would like to briefly introduce the project e-VITA, which is quite similar actually to your project. So I think it makes sense to introduce it. And we just started in January, so there is not yet any concrete result. We have 22 partners altogether. You see here the German partners, Siegen University, but also the caretaking of the Protestant Church. We have Fraunhofer Institutes. We have French partners. There is also some universities, some aging facilities, even some telecommunication research, and there are 3 Italian partners, and in Japan we have also 11 partners. This is the AIST, Artificial Intelligence Research Center, where I was located before. Plus we have some makers of sensing devices. We have Japan Quality Association, and Waseda University, Tohoku University, and so on and so on. So quite a broad partnership. So what is the idea? So basically current systems are not easily customizable. I think every old person feels how difficult it is. My mother also had to use WhatsApp now in the Corona crisis to communicate with us. So this is one point. Then actually innovative approach should address cognition, physical activity, mobility, mood, also social interaction, especially related to depression, but also leisure and spirituality. So we have quite a broad field. And this virtual coach actually will detect preventive potentials and risks in the user daily living environment through data from external sources, so like sensor systems, and also provide support through interactions through objects. So this is, for example, a hologram. I will show some pictures later of the different objects we actually use. And what we are doing is testing these in living environments. So we do real tests with old people to see if it works. And quite important, I think, is international standardization. We had already big discussions concerning security. So not everybody wants his data to be open to some provider. So all these topics are coming up. So this is a little bit the work objective. So develop a set of standards and norms for interoperability of advanced IoT, NLP and AI-based smart living technology in Europe and Japan. So we also have to join both worlds. So develop an advanced intercultural virtual coach with seamless integration of smart living technologies, advanced AI, and tailored dialogue interaction. So 3 is then actually enable smart living support and tailored AHA interventions for physical, cognitive, emotional, and social well-being of older adults in real-life settings, again, Europe and Japan. 4 is really practice-based IT tools. Then number 5 is proof of concept study that we have to do. Also thinking of Japan and EU again. And of course, explore feasibility of new ecosystem for disruptive innovations, of these coaching tools we develop, and incubation maybe in small and medium-sized enterprises or NGOs. So the dissemination actually, so not only publication of results, but we would be, of course, very happy to have some real result in form of maybe some new company that starts and does something in that sense. So we have to think of the needs, and the needs are, of course, well-being. So what is well-being in for an old person? So it's autonomy. So can I do still things the way I want to do? It's security. So am I safe? Competence. Am I good in what I do? It's stimulation. So experience some new activities, but also relatedness, so feeling close to other people, and physicalness, that my body was getting just what it needed, so exercise and things. Popularity, I have impact on what others do, and meaning, I feel a sense of deeper purpose in life. So we try to address all these points and incorporate this into our system. So here is a brief idea actually, or overview of the system. So we have here the elderly person. We have here on top, we have the virtual coach. And in the bottom, we have a real coach. The virtual coach can now directly interact with the elderly through some devices, but it can also interact with the community coach and give some advice how to better treat actually the elderly person. And then, of course, we have the areas of support, so social networking, physical activity and diet, risk avoidance, spirituality, leisure and wellness. And we have a smart living environment, and and of course the whole supported with artificial intelligence, which of course should be trustworthy. I want to not to go into too much detail. I will send you the charts. Who is interested in can follow up this thing. So basically here we have the technical architecture. So we have on the top we have the cultural specific and individual preferences of well-being. Then here we have this layer with different tools. I will show them. So it's robots, or it's some hologram, and it can be a tablet and so on. And of course, here we have all the communication and interoperability, and of course, AI techniques and data analysis and so on and so on. So very important, thinking of the smart and natural interaction is, of course, that we have to work on a dialogue system. And a dialogue system is quite a complex thing, which you can see here in all the components. We look also at the technical thing. We try to keep it open, so it can be used everywhere. And here we have knowledge graphs, we have AI support, and so on. Now I would show some pictures of the intelligent devices. So this is the hologram from the company Gatebox. And they are also a member of the team, and they are working also together in this project. So this hologram can really move. It's three-dimensional, and it can interact in a different way than just having some smartphone or some other device. So, of course, we have to find out if old people like this girly design or they prefer something else. So all these things we are currently examining. Then we have also this robot. It's called Now, and it can also communicate. It can interact. And the lady you see here is Christina Jokin. She is working in the Artificial Intelligence Research Center, and she is already a long time working with robot-human interaction. So I was already once, I think it was 2 years ago, sitting in front of this guy. And first I was talking to her, then I was talking to him. And she detected my eye movement to find out if I somehow react differently. So such kind of things we also have to take into account when we think about old people and how, for example, robots are affecting old people. These are two spiritual objects. So this is Daruma. It's a Japanese monk, so to say. And this is some Christian device, which we also took into account. Then, of course, we also have androids. So these are also at ARST. They are pretty real. They can act, they can communicate, and they can also be a coach. And this is another company which also is part of our project. It's NEU, and they have some brain activity sensor, which is here fixed to your head and which can detect the brain activity. And this is actually co-developed by one of our directors at our Smart Aging Research Center, Professor Kawashima. He is actually very famous for having developed some kind of brain training software, which was also co-developed by Nintendo, and which is in wide use, and many people know this. So he is behind this technology. And now coming to the social engagement, we thought that just having some scientific organizations develop something and then maybe industry behind doesn't work by itself. We also need the community. So by having this triangle, actually, we hope that we can develop some new technology or some new device that is really accepted and that also will be used. So if the community doesn't like it for some reason, then it doesn't make sense. So for the adults, it's actually important that that it offers some learning and some meaningful activities. So you might know that many devices we use today already, this Alexa or all these communication tools, after some time become quite boring because they always pose the same questions. So it's a big task to do something that really keeps up, and it has to create enjoyment. So otherwise people don't use it anymore. So this is the social engagement we are thinking of, and the so-called multi-stakeholder approach for ICT utilization by older adults. So industry has to produce it. We have to develop it at university, and community has to accept it. So finally, the impacts. So what do we hope to develop? So it's independent living and improved quality of life of older persons compared to the current state of art, usefulness and effectiveness of personalized recommendations and follow-up. In terms of goals of preserving physical, cognitive, mental, and social well-being for as long as possible. So that's also what our institute tries to do, keep dementia under control as long as possible, so you can have still an active life in older age. Evidence of user-centered design and innovation, effective ways of human-computer interaction and user acceptance. That's what I talked about, what Christina Jokin is working on. And here we do really field tests with older people to see how they interact and how they like. Then fostering social participation and reducing social exclusions risk of older adults. And validation of non-obtrusive technology for physical, cognitive, social, and mental well-being. And of course, strengthening international cooperation in research and innovation on smart living. So so finally, I thank you very much. So we have these two offices in Europe. It's Dr. Rainer Wieching at University of Siegen, and here in Japan, it's Dr. Toshimi Ogawa at our institute at Tohoku University that are leading the project. Thank you very much. And hopefully we can get into contact. And I don't know how we could do that because it's already 9:30 in Japan. I don't know if there is a discussion where I should participate.
Well, because time is a bit short, there is a session in 1 hour or so. There is open discussions on lesson learns. Of course, after, as a follow-up, you have our contacts. We can arrange additional meetings. Thank you so much, Lorenz, for sharing with us this new initiative. I also see a lot of similarities and differences between this initiative and our SAAM projects, the focus on community or on also making the elderly person engaged in community and not to drop out of society. And also you focus on the tangible interfaces more on our robot avatars, while we try to focus on making the SAAM system completely transparent. So it's interesting also to see the standardization is also important, more and more important in Europe, I see as well. So I suggest now to go directly to the next presenter, which is now from this initiative that just starts. Now we go to a project that has just ended, I believe, the Captain project with Evdokimos Konstantinidis.
And Panos Mamidis, thank you, Vera. We're about to finish. We haven't finished yet. So I'd like to give the floor to Panos Mamidis for the introduction and the status of the project, and then.
Yes, hello everybody. Thanks for the organization of this meeting. Thanks to Jordan and Vera for inviting the project as well. It looks like a marathon because we just started the alliance of PM15, as we called it, projects on coaching, funded by the European Commission a few years back, in fact, now. And all projects are trying to finish, and we are delighted to see the final results, etc. We still have a month to go, as you will see, in the Captain project. And of course, our vision was to improve the adoption of technology for people that are in need of care and reshaping the ways of interaction. And this is, in fact, what we tried to sort of build up during this project. Evdokimos will tell you all about it, but we are also two things that I can mention is that we are also organizing an event such as this at the end of June. We're just waiting for the project officer to also choose some slot. And that we are also running a specific special topic on artificial intelligence and healthy aging in the journal that I'm editor. I'll put this in the chat so that people can refer to it, and let Evdokimos go on with the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And as Vera said, there are a lot of similarities with all the projects in Europe and beyond Europe. And this is why today we thought that it would be nice also to discuss how we try to move from a project perspective to a product perspective and the exploitation, which is actually a challenge that we accepted, we enjoyed, and we're still enjoying, but there are a lot of things that I will mention. So our mission was to turn the homes of the older adults into a gentle coach, which would empower older adults and actually people in need of care to take their own decisions and lead for physical, cognitive, mental, and social well-being. So our solution is a radical new user interface, which is composed of projection. So we use projection in order to project as the main interaction, speech, and also we convert the environment in the room in a tangible environment where we can understand where the user is, what the user does, in order to react for the system to react properly and on time. If we decompose the system, we can see that from the technical point of view, from the hardware point of view, there is a Raspberry, there is a Pico projector, and also a speakerphone, a commercial speakerphone. Then we have software components, which actually take care of all the intervention of all the messages, of all the logic, the business logic. And on the right, you can see the final system. Actually, this is what we have as a outcome of the project and also as a product now. To provide the value, it includes artificial intelligence and algorithms on movement analysis. So we get information from either from the RGB camera or from a depth camera in order to do this AI movement analysis and to understand where the user moves and capacity of moving, etc. Emotion analysis, we do facial emotion analysis, but also emotional analysis from the voice. Speech analysis as the main interaction with the user. For the time being, we don't have an NLP, but we use commands like interaction. We do user modeling daily by collecting all this information and try to create the model of the user, in order to try to achieve to have this behavior prediction. So instead of detecting the current status of the user or the current activity and delivering the proper intervention, we try to understand what the user will do in the next hour in order to proactively provide information. And we also provide do environmental monitoring either by using external services or internal or sensors. One of the challenges that we had was that in order to be as compliant with GDPR as possible, we tried to run all this AI analysis locally on the Raspberry. So one of our challenges, and was also highlighted by the project officer and the reviewers actually in the first interim review, was that, okay, if you have all that AI analysis in a device like a Raspberry, you need somehow to coordinate what runs and when, because you don't have this CPU and RAM to have everything running as it would run on server. So this was one of the challenges that we managed to achieve. And the next thing is that we create models and we upload on our server only the models anonymized in order to be GDPR compliant. The main concept is that the user is able to set some goals concerning his physical, cognitive, social, or dietary activities, domains. He can configure the goals, the difficulty of the goals, and the frequency of being delivered to him. Then he has he's delivered the coaching part, let's say, through the week, and then he gets feedback and he can adapt the coaching plan. And the idea was that these these coaching parts, components could be plugins, so that at some point unlimited plugins could be delivered to the user in order to select which ones to set or not. And this is why we created the Smart Call plugin marketplace. So other companies or other, and this helped also our business plan. So it could be also be a white label product. So other developers, other companies can develop their own plugins and deliver their coaching to their users by using our system. But let's go backwards and see the movie from the beginning, when it all started with this PM15 call. So our mission in the beginning was to turn the future home of older adults into gentle coaches. We created a consortium coordinated by the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, but having also good technical and pilot partners, but also exploitation partners with expertise in exploitation. And our deliverables were to develop radically new ICT-based devices, like the one we achieved. Users should be involved and drive the innovation at all stages, something that we have done by exploiting the value of the living labs, because we had a lot of living labs in our pilot partners had access to living labs. And then we had also as a milestone to launch a new company based on Captain. And this was one of the things that, the tricky things, to have it as a milestone, because then we had to deliver it. So at some point after 3 years or something, because we got also an extension, and this was because of the COVID situation mainly, the pilot partners started losing their interest, because you know how this goes. You have new projects, then you don't pay that much attention at the projects that are about to finish. So at somehow as coordinators, we had to find a way to attract their attention again. So we communicated the new company vision, and this made the partners to be engaged again, let's say. And when we have communicated with them that they will keep their IPRs, but the company then will be composed of different partners. And the technological partners were more motivated, as expected, compared to the pilot partners. And this is one of the things that we should pay a lot of attention, that dissemination exploitation, although at least on our side we have them in the same work package, are two completely different work packages. And then we had the discussion for intellectual property rights, either for license agreements or for shares of the company. And our exploitation partner was and still in negotiation with some of the partners for the cost in case of license agreement or the share percentage. Of course, we had the support of the Technology Transfer Office of the university, because they helped us a lot on what is written in the grant agreement, consortium agreement, take care of all the special articles and small letters, etc. And then it was the time to enter the homes, but someone had different plans. It was the COVID-19. Actually, we had some technical problems, so it was not the right time to enter the homes when the COVID appeared, but the COVID destroyed almost everything, or at least almost everything, because we tried to turn the problem into an opportunity. So the time that we're almost ready to enter the homes, but we couldn't due to COVID, we invested some time on improving the user experience in terms of deployment. So in order to require a lot less effort from the technical partners for the deployment, for the first time installation for the usage, and also to provide simplified manuals. So we work more closer to a product. And although this was successful, we have some uncertainty for the pilots until the last month. And also we had to update our evaluation protocols in order to be able to deliver either with COVID, which means that we couldn't enter homes, or without COVID. And also we had a big problem with the scientific publications without results. But we managed to enter homes last month. And as you can see, I'll show 3-4 pictures of different deployments. People enjoy it, and they say that it is fun to have such projection in your home, especially if you learn new things. And it's nice that when it detects you, it starts automatically, so you don't, for instance, these are my parents, and they don't have time to use the technology because they have a garden to take care of. So for them, it's really nice that when they are in front of it, it opens automatically, it provides delivers some information, and then it closes automatically. And also we had to provide a lot of virtual support, as I assume all the projects had or have to do it. Because even if we minimize the effort that would be required by the technical partners, it required a lot of time from us remotely. One thing that I would like, and I'm closing with this quote, is that in the beginning, what we heard from the people that we installed in their homes, it was not like I didn't have the time to interact with it, but I didn't have the time to discuss with it. So they perceive it as something that requires discussion, which is really nice, rather than a technology that requires interaction. And we won also a prize from the EIT Digital as a spin-off. And we have a plan that we follow as much as we can, and I think that we are in track. Thank you for your time, and I hope that you enjoy it.
Thank you, Douglas. It was really interesting also to share with us a bit the challenges, and that you also progressed with the exploitation. You went really very ahead. So for sure we'll use your experience for this. We'll also share probably some of our pilot challenges. It's the same with the COVID, and also we had to alter some protocols. So we had to use remote explaining to the person. For more technical people, it was okay, but for less technical, it was a challenge. So my colleague Nadia could also say a bit in the afternoon, a bit later on. If someone has question, or again at the chat, or at the end of the conference, I would suggest just to make sure that we're on track for the next presenters. Now I suggest we go to the third project, and so about the vCare and Inigo, sorry, Gabiondo, if I pronounce it correctly.
More or less. Hi, Vera.
Hello.
My name is Inigo Gabilondo, and yes, I will share some slides with you. So give me 1 second. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, but it's not in the yeah, now it's okay. Yeah.
Now?
Yeah, it's
okay. Okay. So thank you for this invitation. I am a neurologist. I'm a clinical neurologist. I do clinical research. I work in Spain and the Basque Country. It's in the northern part of Spain. And I'm part of a bigger group in our center that is called Cruces University Hospital, that has an attached research center. And we are part of the project vCare, that I'm sure that all of you have heard of it before, because there have been many shared presentations and meetings. So we are one of the partners that you see here in this slide. This project has, we are 12 partners from 7 European countries. It's a project like all the projects that have been presented before, mixing clinical knowledge with technology for coaching and for improving patients' life. Maybe this project is a little bit more specific. It's very directed to neurological and heart diseases. In terms of neurological diseases, we are studying Parkinson's disease and stroke, and we are in charge of the Parkinson's disease branch of the project. The project, as you all may know, tries to create. We are creating a platform for integrating different sensors and for integrating clinical knowledge, for providing a directed, individualized rehabilitation and monitoring of patients. The final goal of the project is the reduction of risk factors, enhancement of quality of life, improvement of care of patients, because the platform we are building is thought to be used at home, and also for personalization and individualization of the research or the care plan of patients. So the project we have created an advanced virtual coaching environment. For that, we are working on the piloting and validation of this system, and in the later phase, not yet, but we will try to spread these developments. So, as I said, we are working in the Basque Country. The Basque Country has a population of almost 2 million people, or more than 2 million people, and it's more or less the population of patients with Parkinson's disease is 7,000, between 7,000 and 8,000. We are in Bilbao, in Vizcaya, one of the parts of the Basque Country, and our group is integrated, as I said, within the Cruces University Hospital and in the Biocruces Vizcaya Health Research Institute, that has almost 1,400 beds, and its reference, healthcare reference for 170 citizens in Vizcaya. Our group is a mixture. It's mainly driven by clinicians. It's a mixture between different diseases, neurodegenerative diseases, but we mainly work with age-related diseases, so Parkinson's disease and Alzheimer's disease. So my presentation will provide some insights regarding Parkinson's disease. As I'm a neurologist, I think that I'm the proper person to explain which are the problems for patients that are not really met. And then I will summarize the met needs that we are trying to aim with the project, and after that I will integrate what we are doing in the vCare project with all those unmet needs. So regarding the disease, Parkinson's disease, as I said, is one of the most frequent neurodegenerative disorders. In fact, it's the second more frequent after Alzheimer's disease. Is associated to aging. In fact, aging is the main risk factor. You see in your right that the incidence of the disease critically increases after 65 years of age, and the prevalence is more or less from 2 to 5% after 60 to 70 years of age. The cause of the disease is not known. There are some genetic cases that are relatively rare and restricted to some regions of the world. The main the pathophysiological core of the disease is related to dopamine deficiency. Dopamine is a neurotransmitter that is essential for many cognitive and motor functions in the brain. And what happens is that the cells that are located in different parts of the brain, but mainly in the brainstem, you see here in your left down part of the slide, that in the substantia nigra, there is part of the brainstem. These cells, dopaminergic cells, die, and this death of these cells spreads to the rest of the brain, affecting different cortical and subcortical regions. And so this causes the high diversity of symptoms and manifestations that I will summarize. So the core symptoms or signs of the disease are the ones that we all know, probably from family or people from our close space. So they are the motor manifestations. So typical symptoms are the tremor and the rigidity, the bradykinesia or the slowness of movements, and when all that is together, is typical that patients have postural instability. So we usually say that the patient is in on situation when the levels of dopamine in the brain are good. And normally, when the disease progresses, these levels go down, and we have to provide a kind of substitute with medication that is called levodopa. So normally, when the patient is in non-situation, the patient has a sufficient motor agility to walk and have and perform daily activities. And normally, we can see tremor in this situation. When the patient is in off situation, the levels of dopamine are usually low, and the patient has high bradykinesia and rigidity, so in the limbs and the trunk. So the patient walks slowly and has high limitation to walk and for daily activities, and the risk of falling is very high. Usually in the clinical setting, the traditional way to evaluate patients is in a standard physical examination. And we have a scale called Unified Parkinson's Disease Rating Scale, with which we quantify the manifestations with the clinical evaluation. Apart from the motor manifestations, as I said, there's a degeneration of different parts of the brain and different neurotransmitter systems. And we don't only have motor manifestations, we also have non-motor manifestations that are highly disabling. For example, we have cognitive impairment, dementia, psychosis, impulse control disorders, depression. We have also cardiovascular problems related to blood control. The patients have usually orthostatic hypotension. So when they are walking, the blood pressure goes down, and that's an additional risk factor for falling. Patients also have dysphagia problems for swallowing, and other non-motor manifestations that are really disabling. So how do we treat patients? Usually we have a standard Parkinson's treatment that it's based on oral or transdermal medication. Basically, as I said, what we try is to substitute dopamine with levodopa. We have also some what we will call agonists of dopamine agonists that they facilitate the concentration of dopamine, and other mechanisms, other drugs that have other mechanisms that in last term increase the concentration of dopamine. When patients, the manifestation of patients increase and the degeneration is high, we have what we call advanced Parkinson's disease treatments. Right now in our institution and in most of developed institutions, we have surgery that it's basically deep brain stimulation. We put electrodes inside the brain, and these electrodes provide stimulation that decrease the motor symptoms. And we can also provide the medication directly to the digestive tract with pumps, or we can also provide apomorphine with subcutaneous pumps. But these treatments are extremely expensive, and we only provide them to patients with advanced stages. So what happens with the patient when the disease goes beyond? The patients usually have motor fluctuations. So the on and off stage change very easily, and frequently the patients have off situations, so that it's extremely disabling. Patients also have dyskinesia. You see on your right, Michael J. Fox is a very famous actor that founded one of the most important research institutions for doing research in Parkinson's. And you see his dyskinesia, the very disabling movements. These complications are usually associated with changes in the response to the treatment. So here, any strategies trying to be more strict with the levels of levodopa in the medication might be very important. Another complication, motor complication that is very important here is the freezing of gait and postural imbalance. Freezing of gait is a situation with the patients are kind of frozen because they are in a very severe off state and they have a high risk of falling, one of the main causes of mortality in the disease. So they also have non-motor complication, as I said, so cognitive impairments, depression, psychosis, impulse control disorder, with hypersexuality, shopping impulse, eating impulses. So here there's a mixture of medication and neurodegeneration in the influence of these manifestations. So as I said, we have an initial premotor phase. Usually we have non-motor manifestations, and when the diagnosis comes is when motor manifestations appear. And many times patients also have mild cognitive impairment. The problem comes with advanced Parkinson's disease when they have the motor complications and the non-motor complications that I said, usually 10 to 20 years after diagnosis. So what happens here? What's the problem with the patients? What are not doing as clinicians? So as in every disease in general, but especially in neurological diseases that we don't have, until recent years, we didn't have objective ways to measure and follow patients, not presentially. So we have the problem of continuous and objective monitoring of motor and non-motor manifestations. So for that, we need the use of sensors that are able to provide this continuous and objective monitoring. It's also important to detect the risks like falling or like cognitive problems and prevent them. Also, the continuity of care, we see patients every 3 to 4 months. So in this gap, many things happen. We don't have contact with patients. So this communication and continuity of care with patient is very important, and we don't have it. And it's also very important to have initiatives to promote the autonomy and self-care of patients. And right now, most patients are very dependent on our decisions for their self-care. So International Parkinson's Movement Disorder Society is one of the most important worldwide for research in Parkinson's. Had a task force on technology some years ago, and this was in 2016, and they already say that we need to centralize all the sensors in an intelligent system so that clinicians and caregivers have access to this. And they had proposed some problems that has to be solved regarding technology, like monitoring response to therapy and motor complications, like monitoring non-motor symptoms and progression, and improving rehabilitation interventions. There are some, at that time, there were some solutions, but they weren't really, we had a problem to integrate them and to provide a kind of intelligent platform for self-care of the patient. Many times patients give us this information with what we call Parkinson's disease diaries, but many times patients forget to do it. And now we have, as I said, sensors that they are providing objective measures for motor manifestation and also for cognitive problems. Like this one, we are working with this system some years ago. It's a system based on an accelerometer, gyroscope system, but its algorithms are specifically designed for Parkinson's disease. So this system detects the off states, the on states, the falls. So it's called Staton. It's developed by a company in Spain. And in fact, this is one of the systems we are using in the project. So what we are doing with Parkinson's disease in the vCare project, as I said, we are one of the clinical partners in the consortium. And basically, as you may already know, what we create is an individual clinical pathway. This is the basis of the rehabilitation program for which the system will use to create this intelligent coaching system. So with this, we will provide a continuity of care at home, and the patient will have a personalization and a continuous and automated care. So we, as in the first step, we provide a patient profile information. So what we try to simplify, it was very complicated for us, as you know, to have this conversation with technicians and to simplify everything so that it reduces to algorithms that a computer can understand. So what we said is, okay, we would put as an important pillar a gait and balance impairment. Another important pillar is the presence of motor fluctuation. And another important pillar is the presence of cognition, behavior, and mood impairment. And with this, we classify the patient in person, okay? And we decide, we have in the right side this form that we complete when we see the patient. And after this personalization, we have a kind of profile of the patient, and we also can have additional personalization of his profile with some sensors that we are using, like the staton, as I said. We have also this electronic pillbox in which we can know the problems of the patients regarding medication intake. And we have also, I will show you in our living lab, we have some detectors at home, present detectors, so that we know which is the pattern of movement of the patient inside the home. So what we have created is an avatar. Basically, it's the face of the system that integrates all these this patient information. And I will show you that now we select a kind of rehabilitation pattern so that the system can integrate this specifically for the patient, and then we schedule a rehabilitation also paradigm so that the patient can have it adapted to his daily. So the rehabilitation is basically in a system you see on your right. It's developed by Imaginaries, an Italian company. It's a serious games system that is based on the movement of the hands with a kind of Kinect system, and it has different games for rehabilitation of upper hands, of lower hands, and gait stability. And what we do is select the type of games that the patient needs, and we also provide with the information of the patient, we activate the alarms that the system has to give when some risks are like falling or cognitive problems are appearing. So we match these needs with different rehabilitation and risk management strategies, and then we provide the specific, as I said, paradigms for rehabilitation and risk modification management. So that we have different activities. We have some priorities, of course, like falls prevention, like motor rehabilitation, but we have a list we are working on. Of course, all this has a kind of very complicated paradigms inside that we have been trying to understand, but now I think we have a common language with engineers. And right now we are in the living lab phase. So we are trying to see whether this system that we have created really works, and then we are trying to see the usability problems of the system. So right now we have this is our living lab in Bilbao. It's a kind of apartment. So you see on your left the screen where we have the Kinect system, and we have also a tablet where the patient uses to interact with the system. And basically, we have now 8 patients already included in living lab phase. And after that, we will do the pilot phase in the home of patients. And this is what we have right now. And I think that it will be useful for many things, for Parkinson's disease, as I said, for risk prevention, for rehabilitation, to have information for patient from home directly. And also the patient will take care of his self care with this system. So this was all. It was a very clinically oriented presentation, but I'm a clinician, so I hope that you liked it.
Thank you, Inigo. It's true that this project is more focused on the medical side. For example, in SAAM, we tried to escape this and we focus more on the social side and the support side. thank you for your presentation. Because we are running a bit late, I suggest to have only 5 minutes break, because I think that our next speaker is already here, which the next speaker is Cornelius Schmalz, who kindly accepted our invitation to present the Accelerator tool, which is a new instrument within the Horizon Europe program. So if you all agree, a 5 minutes break before we jump to the next presentation. And also Cornelius, if you're also okay with this.
Sure, fine. So in 5 minutes? Or?
Yes,
okay, good.
5 minutes,
okay.
we can start.
Okay, I'll stay here. Okay.
Thank you. I'll mute and we'll share just the program. Okay, so we are back. Let's see. Okay, welcome back. I hope that you had the time for a coffee. Those 5 minutes. I suggest that we start. If Cornelius is also back. Yes, hello.
Hello.
So you can also share screen, or if you prefer, I can share your presentation as you. Yeah.
I think I'll manage to share my screen. So thank you very much for this opportunity. Can you see my screen? Can
Yes.
you? Okay, you can see the presentation. So I don't admit that I don't know this forum very well. I hope that my presentation targets the needs of the participants in this meeting. If not, we have in any case some questions. My presentations shouldn't be longer than 15-20 minutes max, and then we have some time for questions. So very importantly, what are we looking for? I'm just minimizing. What are we looking for with this instrument, the EIC Accelerator? We're looking for startups and SMEs that are seeking to scale up high impact innovations with the potential to create new markets or disrupt existing ones. These innovations should be building on scientific discovery or technological breakthroughs. So we're primarily looking for deep tech companies. And we're looking for innovations where significant funding is needed over a long time frame and that are too risky for private investors alone. Because obviously we do not want to crowd out private investment. We want to complement that and co-invest wherever possible together with private investors. Who can apply? Basically, if you need to retain anything, it's only the first bullet. So a single company that is classified as a small or medium enterprise. The definition is very easily available on the net. If you Google EU definition of SMEs. In rare exceptions, small mid-caps are also eligible, but only for the investment committee, for the investment component, and they must be established in EU member states or in the future associated countries that are associated to Horizon Europe. We also have some exceptions where natural persons or legal entities can apply if they intend to establish an SME by the time of signing the contract. Importantly, the contract will always only be signed with an established SME, but similarly, if you are a natural person or legal entity intending to invest in an SME and have an agreement with that company, you can also submit the proposal. Again, we will sign the contract only with the company. And finally, you can also be somewhere else outside the EU or associated countries if you intend to establish or relocate your SME by the time of submitting the full application. So here, it's a bit, the step is even a bit earlier. It's not only at the time of the contract, but at the time of submitting the full application. I go into details on the application process in a minute. You can apply from outside the EU. What support do we have? We have the standard case of grant and investment. If you need support for development, that's technological readiness levels, TRLs 5, 6 to 8 for grant, and for the deployment and scale up, TRL 9 and beyond, so commercialization. That part cannot be funded by grant, but can be funded by the equity. We also have the cases of grant only in case you prove that you have sufficient financial means for the deployment and scale up. This is important because scale up, as I said, is essential in the concept of the EIC. And we have the concept of grant first if your innovation still requires significant work to validate and demonstrate in relevant environments to assess its commercial potential, but you need already to be TRL 5 to 6 at least to start with. And as I mentioned, we also have the possibility to apply only for the investment component if you're looking to fill the funding gap for rapid scale up of your high risk innovation and you don't need a grant. And this is the only case where also small mid caps are eligible in addition to SMEs. The investment component is between $500,000 and generally a maximum of 15 million. It will usually be provided in the form of direct equity or quasi-equity. We will generally remain at a maximum of 25% of the voting shares of the company, and we aim to be patient capital in principle with a long-term horizon on our investment. On the grant component, this is a maximum of 2.5 million. Eligible costs are reimbursed up to a maximum of 70%. So we do require 30% from you, but these 30% can also be covered by the equity component. The innovation activities supported should generally be completed within 24 months. And small mid-caps, as mentioned, are not eligible for the grant, but only can only apply for the investment component. We also have, in addition to the financial support, tailor-made services for all EIC beneficiaries. This is what makes our money smart money. We have access to advice, coaching, mentoring, expertise, and training. We have access to business partners, corporates, investors, distributors, innovation procurers, clients, and more. We have lots of matching events. And we also have access to an innovation ecosystem and to your peers of innovative SMEs. Calls and timeline. We have a continuously open call for the short application, so that one can be submitted at any time and will also be evaluated at any time. You should usually have your results within 2 to 4 weeks. We then have, for the accelerator, for the full applications, we currently have 2 deadlines, June 16th. So here you can see if you apply now for the, if you start now applying with the short application, then obviously you're going to not make it to the June 16th deadline, but you will make it to the October 6th deadline. You have to choose between our open call and our challenges call. The open call is bottom up, so anybody can apply. In the challenges call, we focus on certain strategic priorities. I think I have a slide on that. It's basically Green Deal innovations and strategic digital and health innovations. Remote evaluations, again, we aim at delivering those within 5 weeks, and those who make it through the remote evaluation will then be invited to an interview approximately 9 weeks after the cutoff for the full application. These are the accelerator challenges, strategic digital and health technologies, as I mentioned, and the Green Deal innovations for the economic recovery. The budget between these challenges and the open call is flexible and can be adjusted. So in principle, there is no, the strategic, you have to choose to which you apply, but in principle, your chances should be similar, if not equal in both, because the budget will flow where the good applications are. So there's no, these are not different silos, but they connect to each other. The evaluation process, if you are interested in applying in more detail, so we have what we call a 5-step proposal. In the first step, you tell us your story, submit your short application to be assessed by remote evaluators. In the second step, we then help you to prepare your business plan and a draft full proposal with an artificial intelligence tool in which you also already submit your first proposal. First proposal basically consists of a video pitch, of a slide set, a pitch deck, and a very short collection of information by the which is proposed by the tool. Your full proposal in step 3 is then assessed by the remote evaluators. If you're successful in that part, you pitch your innovation in front of EIC high-level jury members. If selected, you sign the grant agreement. And in case you have also requested an investment component, this will take a bit longer. For this, you will go through a due diligence process and compliance checks. And if successful at the end of the process, you sign the investment agreement. A few more details on the different steps of the application. In step 1, as I mentioned, you respond to a set of questions on the artificial intelligence-based IT platform, submit a 10-slide presentation and a 3-minute video pitch. Here we submit your proposal to 4 experts, and here we are tolerant for non-consensus, because we realize that innovations are often disruptive and that we really want here to allow for unconventional ideas to go forward. So here, if of the 4 experts you have at least 2 goes, you can submit your full proposal. Resubmission is possible once. At this step, The full proposal consists of your business plan, again supported by the AI-based platform and with the help of an EIC business coach that we provide, that is not mandatory, but that you can choose at our expense. And you then submit your full proposal. Here, we submit this to 3 experts, and we actually require 3 goes from 3 experts at this point in order to go forward, because of course we also need to be selective in order to have finally, to simply accommodate our limited budget and to not overburden the submission process. Here again, 1 resubmission is possible, and I mentioned the 2 cutoffs. Finally, if you make it through that step, so if you did have 3 full goes, you then get to the stage of the pitch of your innovation to a jury member. This used to be live face-to-face. Now it has obviously been video pitches. That has also worked. We will have to see how we organize this in the future, I think. You answer the questions from these jury members. If selected, you will then sign the contract. And in the full proposal, we go with, we have up to 6 jury members, which will together form a common opinion. So which will come up with a consensus decision that might be a go. That's the most straightforward case, which we all wish you have. There's the possibility that they say, it was really great, but there's this one issue that needs to be resolved, in which case you get a no-go with a second chance directly at step 4, or they can say, no, you're just rejected, or they can say you're rejected, but on the implementation criteria, namely the risk, we consider that this is not something that needs to be covered at the EU level, but you might be well served with funding at the local level, in which case you get a seal of excellence, which opens the doors to a certain number of services, also to some of our business acceleration services, and which can offer, which might open the door also to support at the regional or national level from other funding schemes. I think that's what I just mentioned. It is awarded to all applicants with go on all criteria at the remote evaluation. So you need to have made it to the last step, and then you need to have received a go on excellence and impact. And it's only the implementation, the third of the 3 evaluation criteria, where you might have failed. As I mentioned, you receive access to our business acceleration services, and you receive support from the Enterprise Europe network, and you're eligible. And of course, in order to be eligible for this, you need to give consent to share basic data with other funding and support bodies, which is the main purpose of the Seal of Excellence, to give you access to these other funding bodies. I think I have one slide on the AI platform. So this serves the discovery for all applicants to find relevant sources of funding, as a diagnostic for applicants to assess your own innovation and help you to prepare the best proposal. Also to get support from coaches and prepare your full proposal in the next step. And for the evaluators, it provides them with insights. It does not at any point replace the evaluation of the experts. It's a help for the experts to do their job. This is, I think, my last slide with some the link to the EIC website, as well as the links to directly to the calls, where you can also access the submission tool, and very importantly, the national contact points, which I have put here. Those should be your prime go-to place for advice on applicants. I think this direct phone or email advice, or even face-to-face, hopefully in the future, cannot be replaced by all the IT tools and all the websites that we have. With that, thank you very much. I do have a few more slides on details of the submission process, but I think it's better to spend our time with questions if there are any. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Cornelius. Also to share with everyone that the slides will be available as a follow-up, because there were 2 questions about that. It's quite, this is a new, totally new initiative, I believe, from this year they started this accelerator, or is it already been running? And also, will it now there are two timelines when you can submit. It will go also on next year, I presume.
Well, yeah, for next year, we're still looking into this. I mean, we're aware that this is not ideal, 2 timelines only per year. We need to see whether we can make available more frequent cutoffs for this. This, of course, comes with implications on resources. So not decided yet, but we're aiming, I think it's fair to say that we're aiming for more cutoffs next year. This was also a special situation because we had to wait very long for the adoption of the work program.
And also when you submit, it's, as I understood, you can, if there is something that is not completely okay with the proposal, you can go one step back and not completely, your proposal is not completely disregarded. You just can return one step back.
I think that's a bit of a simplification. There are different resubmission rules. So basically at the first step, if you fail, you can resubmit once. And the second step, you can resubmit once. But as far as I know, you generally start with the, you need to start, okay, you can do one resubmission directly to the full proposal stage. So you're right in a way at one of the following 2 cutoffs, but you need to improve your proposal. If you're rejected a second time, you cannot resubmit for 12 months, and at which point you then need to go back to the short application stage. But yes, you're right. So if you fail at the second step, this was a detail that I had not even noticed, you will indeed be allowed apparently to resubmit to the full proposal stage, yes.
Probably also the participants have questions. I see that in the chat.
Yeah, I have not followed the chat. So if you could, if there are questions, maybe you can read them to me or also.
Probably, let's see if Micha would want to ask a question and then
okay, yeah. Thank you, Cornelius. Micha here from JSI. Basically, I would just like to ask, so for EIC transition mechanism or instrument, there is this restriction that basically the results you want to bring in transition mechanism need to be like an outcome of some past FET or ERC type of project. Is there any such restriction in terms of which results you want to bring into Accelerator, or is it open to practically any, let's say, past Horizon 2020 results?
Yeah. Absolutely no restrictions. I mean, I've shown the goal of what we want, the type of innovations that we're looking for. I have shown the slide on the eligibility. So those are the restrictions, but differently from transition, this is absolutely not restricted to having any history of EU funding or anything. There is separately, we're working on a fast track scheme for example, ERC pre-proof of concept. If that has been positively evaluated, then there might be a way to shortcut some of the application steps. But what I've presented now is available for anybody with a breakthrough deep tech innovation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Richard, if you want to share your question as well. If we can hear you.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, but I think I got the answer because I think here this. I was asking if it was open to Horizon, EIC transition was open to Horizon 2020 projects. So I think not, actually.
So on this specific question, I'm not the ultimate expert on transition, so I do not know the precise answer to your question, but that would be something that, for example, your NCP could certainly answer, your national contact point.
And we have another question in the chat. So from Richard, have you noticed any specific characteristics of successful commercialization cases using these mechanisms so far?
Characteristics. So, I mean, we do have, of course, very good examples of, I mean, we have the first EIC unicorn. So now we're talking also about the predecessor instruments of the EIC Accelerator, which was the SME instrument. We do have Cellink in Sweden, which reached first unicorn status earlier this year, and which has received multiple fundings from the EU, among them also an SME instrument. We also have a number of other cases that have received significant follow follow up and have really been able to scale up. The success stories you can actually find and look up in the EIC impact report, which was published half a year ago. So there we have great success stories. But now I guess you're asking me also with regard to your own strategy or your SMEs, what do you need to do in order to be successful? I think that's more tricky beyond the elements that I have really provided. It really depends on your idea, on your business plan, on your team. So the elements that are summarized in the evaluation criteria and the excellence, impact, and implementation, all these elements need to be right. So I mean, the things that always come up at the jury also again is obviously the novelty of your idea, that's kind of the most basic principle, and then your like really the preciseness, the detail, the correctness of the assumptions in your business plan, and then of course the team, which is super important. But I don't think I'm telling any secrets, or I think probably most people here know this better than me.
Yeah. So in any case, we have to try to see.
Yeah.
Right. Some other questions if participants want to ask? Otherwise, thank you very much, Cornelius. We'll distribute your slides with the participants. And it was really interesting, this presentation. I know that you are pressed in time, so you probably will not continue here. In any case, feel free to stay till the end or until you can. Next presenter is also linked to the main topic of our conference, which is with the topic now on how to design persuasive coaching for achieving behavioral change. So I give the floor to Martin Vastenberg, I hope
thank you so much.
Correctly. And please, yeah, you can share your screen.
Yes, please. So, can you see my screen like this?
Yes.
Super. Well, good afternoon. My name is Martijn Vastenberg. I have 20 minutes to present the work I'm doing in the domain of design methodology in combination with social robotics and coaching. I'd like to start with a quick introduction of myself, and then I'll give an overview of challenges I've been facing in recent projects. And after that, I'm going to show you a case study we're working on, which is called Liz, which you can see on the picture here. If there are any questions, I'll try and see if I can see the chat. Otherwise, please interrupt me. That's no problem. So my background, on the one hand, I have a background in computer science. After that, I did a PhD in industrial design engineering. I've been assistant professor in Delft, but at the moment I'm assistant professor both in Eindhoven in the domain of user experience design and social robotic interaction, and also in Nijmegen at Radboud University in design for behavior change. And at the same time, I'm founder and managing director of a company, Connected Care, in which we participate in EUProjects and we develop concepts for healthy living. Here are a few examples of projects we're involved in. One of them is called Welco, which I think is in the same call as the SAAM project, which was developing a holistic virtual coach to help people with healthy living. I've been coordinating the AL project MedGuide, in which we were coaching people to improve their medication adherence, and at the same time we were detecting side effects of medication. At the moment we're doing a project called My Food Coach, in which we develop a social robot coach to help frail seniors in improving their nutrition lifestyle. And we are involved in the project Guardian, an AL project in which we develop a social robot companion to support home care nurses. First, I was planning to start with the societal challenge, but well, I assume you're all very familiar with this topic. We have the degrading society, so more and more seniors, less professionals being able to help them. And obviously we're exploring how technology can help. And there are many opportunities for technology. And I do have to say, I see many projects with very promising ideas. And they range from, let's say, the monitoring and detection kind of technology, fall detection, or for example, geofencing type of solutions, to what you can see here is the Tessa robot, which does is basically a reminder robot, and it helps people with dementia to improve their day structure. So in my perception, this is the easiest form of developing a social robot, by pre-programming reminders and helping people to go through their activities throughout the day. That's the essence of taking people by the hand and having technology guide people when they need help. On the other hand, then the other side of the spectrum, there's the complex robots that aim to do also physical tasks, that bring food, that go to different places in the house, that can detect alarm events. And on the one hand, we do see many opportunities. On the other hand, if I look at the current state of the art, it's mostly proof of concept with very many limitations. So we do see a very convincing story, but the current state of the art is not yet at the level where we want it to be. And that's of course because this domain is still in its infancy, and it takes time to get technology to where we need to be. But we have to realize in this early phase that in order to develop acceptable technology, we have to better consider how technology fits into the lives of seniors. And the last example of types of robots that I would like to give is this is Liz, the social robot we're developing, and the goal of Liz is to collaborate with professional caregivers and together help seniors achieve behavior change. So healthier living. So it's not just about reminders, but it's about making people aware of what they can do to improve their healthy lifestyle. And reminders are part of that, but it's much more about people taking responsibility themselves in changing things, and technology being a facilitator in doing so. So if we take one step back, the most simple technology I would say is on the monitoring side, and I definitely do not want to say monitoring is simple, but if you want to go one step further, and if you want to go towards the coaching, monitoring is just an enabler, but you have to add many other facets to the system. But on the one hand, there's monitoring. The next step towards coaches is getting towards day structures, and the next step after that is towards behavior change. There are many opportunities here, and when I started working in this domain, it was about 2007, I was really skeptical towards the social robots. It felt like if we have like tablet applications, it would work, it would be good enough. And with tablets, you can have easy interaction. And if you design the app properly, seniors would definitely be able to use it. But throughout the years, I've realized that for many seniors, using the app is already too complex. They have to take initiative. They have to pick up the tablet. They have to do things by themselves. They have to understand the interaction of an app, which is for many of them too much to ask. Social robots, they provide a new way of interaction, but the robot can be much more proactive. So it can be like on the interaction level of having a human in the room. And rather than the on-screen interaction of an app, you can work on natural interaction. Interaction is much richer. And there are also opportunities in having the social robot move around. So it can be there in the house at the place where you are whenever you need it. At the same time, when we look at the applications that are available now, we see many unmet expectations. So when we talk to seniors and we explain them what is possible, and we show them different designs and prototypes, they really love the idea. But as soon as they start working with it, they realize that many things aren't at the level that they want it to be. And we lose them as users too early in the process. So apparently the expectations of users are not aligned with the current state of the art. And that's where we have to make big steps. And on the one hand, we can improve technology so they can achieve what people expect it to do. On the other hand, we have to be much clearer on what the abilities, but also the inabilities of the robots are, so people know what to expect. And another big risk is the ethical privacy part, in particular because the seniors and many of the caregivers, they don't oversee the ethical and privacy issues related to this type of technology. So just like using Facebook, they're eager to use some of the solutions because it benefits them, but they don't understand the cost. And this is something we should definitely look into much better and thereby already guide the designers and developers early in the process. In most of the innovation projects that we're involved in, but also that I see from other partners, everybody's working on participatory design and iterative design. And I think it's great that this design methodology is now commonly used by innovators. Whereas in the past, people started working from a technology push, it's now the other way around. So we're looking at the end user, we're looking at their needs, and then we start thinking about how technology could fit in. We start making prototypes as early as possible, and based on the feedback, we can improve the concept before the system is really developed. At the same time, there's a limitation. Because the limitation here is that when we start talking to people and asking them what they need, and we start giving them provocative designs to let them experience design directions, in the end, you come up with a list of limitations and of needs. And it's very tricky that it's easy to develop a system which fulfills all the needs that people expressed without overlooking the bigger picture. And the bigger picture is that the new solution should fit into a bigger ecosystem. It should be part of a more complex working together of different actors rather than developing a standalone solution. And I see too many projects where in the end, the technologists, they make a whole list of things that should be in the system, start developing it. And in the end, they have like the Swiss knife, like a system which can do a lot, but it's so complex and it has so many things which lead to questions or unwanted behavior of the system, that in the end, your overall system, it's not valued the way people were hoping it to be. And it would have been much better to have a much clearer focus in the beginning and a simpler system, which would score better. I would like, for those of you who haven't seen this video, I'm not going to show you the whole video, and I assume many of you already have seen this video. But I would like to urge you to look at the video if you haven't seen it yet. And the video is called Uninvited Guest. It's an image of how life would be in future with a lot of technology in the house guiding seniors. And in the video, you can see how sensors track the nutritional intake and the steps of the senior, and the system guides the senior in achieving the health goals that are set beforehand. And what you can see, and I think that the most valuable part of the video is the senior isn't considered as a human, but as it's more like a subject that we need to change. And it's much more important to think of the user perspective here, understanding that the user might not want to improve his lifestyle. He has the desires of himself. And if he wants to eat unhealthy every now and then, there shouldn't be a system telling him all the time he should do differently. Likewise, he's urged to walk around, and in the end, he asks the neighbor boy to do the walking for him, so the system is happy. And that's not what we want to achieve with technology. And I think the problem is already in the earliest phase of the project, where people start thinking of what the best life for the seniors would be, rather than talking to the seniors and understanding what their own intrinsic motivations are. Now, let me see how I get to the next slide now. I remember from years ago, we were in a project where we had sensors in the house of a senior, and the sensors were indicating that the senior was suddenly getting out of bed at night, every night for a couple of hours, and the caregiver started checking what was wrong. And in the end, they found out it was the time of the World Championships soccer, which were, I think, in the United States, and the senior got up at night to watch the soccer games. And this is another example of how the, let's say, the technological perspective on of developing these systems is too narrow. Because if you would have asked a senior, like, we noticed that you're getting out of bed every now and then, is everything okay? The senior could say, it's fine, I'm just watching television, rather than the system escalating automatically and the professionals having to understand why these things happen. And a final example here was we did a study with seniors inside the house, and we were tracking, for example, their morning routine. We talked to nurses, and nurses said, well, one of the things that we want to understand is if the senior got out of bed and if they were able to wash themselves, because the personal hygiene is a crucial factor in the morning routine. And they said, we know from some of the clients that in the morning they just take a towel, they make it a bit wet and put it on the floor. So we think they cleaned themselves, but we know they don't. But that's the ethical thing. They said, well, if that's the way they want to do it, it's their choice. It made me thinking, like, if we can develop technology and we can detect what's really happening, would the ideal setting be that we notify that people aren't washing themselves, or would the ideal be that we support people in making their own decisions? And I think the latter one is much more important than having the big brother watching your house. So again, when looking at the overall system, many projects, they focus on developing a system which brings everything together. So there's one technical solution which takes over many tasks from the caregivers, which can monitor the senior and take them by the hand. We started realizing that it's much more important to fit in this ecosystem rather than replacing part of the ecosystem. So the ideal of developing the smart coach inside the house would be to develop a coach which collaborates with the caregiver, collaborates with the patient, but also collaborates with, for example, the friends and family of the patient. And it's much better to understand what role the technical device should do, collaborating with the other actors, rather than developing the smart coach doing it all by himself. So there, to sum up, there are many opportunities here, but there are also some big design challenges. And it's good to realize that we're still in a very early stage of development. So we're mostly in the phase where we focus on technology and where we want to demonstrate how far we are, rather than really thinking about how technology can embed it in everyday life of the users. And solutions are often designed as standalone solutions rather than being part of the ecosystem. And that's the challenge with the unmet expectations. And next to that, many systems, they have intelligence to learn from users and to address the needs of individual users. But many times the personalization is rather limited, and that's where we lose users. So there are few, let's say, the common users who fit the system, and they are very happy with the system. But in particular, users who aren't in the core of the user group, they might fall out of the user group because the system can't properly adapt. And I think that's a big challenge there, and the ethics need to be better defined. I'd like to give you a quick overview of a case study we're working on, just to highlight some of the aspects that we're struggling with and dealing with, and hopefully there's some inspiration for you guys to use some of these things in your projects as well. So we started the project focusing on frail seniors, and frail seniors, one of the big problems they have is they have a decreased appetite, so they don't eat enough just because they don't feel hungry. In the current setting, healthcare professionals like nutritionists, they have a few consults and they talk to the senior and they tell them what they can do to improve their nutritional lifestyle. But current tools, they are limited to either things on paper or apps. And for the frail seniors, the apps, they are not the right way to go because, well, they just don't think about using it or they find it too complex. That's why we started developing a social robot coach called Liz. And Liz, on the one hand, gives the reminders and the goals. On the other hand, it collects data, and the data is used to feedback to the care professionals so they can dynamically update the goals and, for example, share new information on the treatment process to the patients. And it can give advice on, well, what's healthy eating and give, for example, some recipes for the senior to think of. Liz is introduced by the professional. So during the first consult, Liz is given to the patient, and in between consults, Liz is in the house and takes the senior by the hand. And for example, it gives reminders, it gives facial expressions just as positive feedback when things are going well. And it can collect then data about how people feel or how often they did eat. And it collects data about mood. And based on this data, then the professional can adapt the schedule and can, for example, also take the phone and call the patient. And what we try to do is see who the other actors in the network are. So on the one hand, it's a nutritionist, and we're not trying to take over all the activities from a nutritionist, but we're trying to complement what the nutritionist does, so the nutritionist has more time for the human-to-human interaction. But at the same time, we try to involve the family members. So rather than using the technology as the sole modality, we talk to, for example, the children and tell them, apparently your parent isn't eating very well these days. It might be a good idea if you go there today and you eat together. The dietitian receives visual progress updates, and based on that can adapt the strategy. And for those patients who are able to be involved and use the tablet, they can see the whole process. And many of them even they do like Liz being the more like the companion in the house, and the tablet next to that to get a bigger picture. But I have to say, most of them, they don't use the tablet. And we have an underlying model of motivating the user and using gamification techniques. For example, we have like the short-term appraisals. We have social rewards where we use the family to give rewards to the senior. For example, the coach and the patient, they together define goals, and the patient gets feedback on the progress. Without going into detail here, one of the underlying challenges we had was to find out what tasks should be put at the human and what should be put at the digital coach. And on the left side, you can see that, for example, the day-to-day feedback mechanism is now part of the coach. The providing information is part of the digital coach, and the monitoring is part of the digital coach. And on the human side, it's much more about progress tracking, on goal setting, and also social support. But what we're trying to find out is how we can make this much more flexible. So in some cases, when everything is going fine, there's no need to change anything, and technology can do a lot. But as soon as you need extra help, that's the moment where, for example, the social network can step in and bring something. And in my ideal setting, we get a much more dynamic collaboration between all the actors involved. The early findings, well, the day structure and the reminders, they are considered essential. And even I expected seniors to say it's a bit boring and they don't need it. They are quite happy with that. The dietitians, they like that they have more insight in between meetings, so it's easier for them to step in if needed. And many people, they do like the humanoid nature of this interaction, so it adds to the motivation of using it. at the same time, it's difficult in advance, and that's one of the first lessons we learned here, to see in advance for what participants it's going to work and for whom it's not going to work. And the first participant I had, and that's what I'll never forget, started very positive, but the day after we were called and he wanted us to pick up Liz as soon as possible. We were worried about the rest of the experiment. Unfortunately, the rest of the participants, they were positive and they didn't want to get rid of the social robot. But we started realizing that we have to better segment the user group. And for part of the participants, a social robot is not going to work. And for another part, the social robot might be the right device, but they're not yet in the state of mind to do so. So there's a stages of change model that we're now using, where we try to understand if people are open to change their behavior before we even bring the system. Because if people are not yet willing to change their behavior, it has no use bringing in the technology. Well, 2 more slides and then I'm done. First of all, in this slide, this was one of the first explorations that we had, and we tried to understand, do we need to go for a humanoid robot? Or should it be more like a robot, and should it be like an abstract form or the middle form? And we were really curious. We didn't know what people would say. I'm curious if what do you think when looking at frail seniors? Which one do they prefer from these 3?
First one.
Yeah.
Yes, 55% opted for the first one, which I think is quite a lot. But then again, a substantial part chooses the other ones. And then the question for me is, and I don't have the answer here, I don't think we should provide them with a single solution. I think we should give them more freedom to choose what they like. So there should be like different options for them. So either you use a tablet or you use this robot. And for the project that we're working in, we now added a layer of personalization where people can even personalize the looks of the robot, so the exterior of the robot. So to conclude, the social robots, they really fill a need. But we're still at a very early stage of development. And in the long term, there are many opportunities. I see so many promising things in different projects in the terms of sensing, in the terms of personalization, communication. But we need to properly look at the design methodology where we see the robot as part of an ecosystem rather than a standalone device. We should address the end user perspective, like the value, the ethics and usability, rather than just making a list of functionalities. And we should not talk about the end user, because there's no single end user. Every user is different, and we have to see how we can address those differences when developing the system. And then my final slide. When I did my studies, I remember there was the quote from Mark Weiser in 1991, long time ago, and he said, the most profound technologies are those that disappear and they weave themselves into the fabric of everyday life until they're indistinguishable from it. And I think he was way ahead of time thinking about technology everywhere in the house at the time when people only had a single computer in their house. But now might be the moment to make the next step and say, if we want to have social robots and coaches be part of everyday life, well, we might use Mark Weiser's statement as a start and say the most profound digital actors are those that disappear and they weave themselves into the social fabric of everyday life until they're indistinguishable. And rather than replacing humans, they should strengthen and complement humans and collaborate in a team. So that's my take-home message for today. To conclude, any questions?
Thank you, Martin. Yeah, it was really interesting presentation. And it's true that your results, your findings are more or less also similar with our experience here in SAAM. And if you are able to stay till the end, you'll see our challenges with meeting users' needs, also making the technology more user-friendly to also to integrate the social circles, to make it more transparent and so on and so forth. So a lot of things you say are very to the point in a way. If there are some other questions or remarks related to the...
We are a bit behind schedule.
Yeah, we have 5 minutes.
Oh, super.
So we have from Alex. Alex, if you want, you can also read or ask your question.
Sure. Martin, thank you for the great presentation. I was wondering, can you give a very concrete example of the example you gave with the morning hygiene? So you stated that instead of just reminding people of doing the morning hygiene, you'd rather support him with the activity. Do you have any very concrete example of how that could look like?
Well, for the morning hygiene example, well, the change of mindset was, first we were trying to monitor what was happening. So the change was, rather than using the sensors there, we talked to the user and asked them, well, basically, how are you and how did you do what you had to do? So it's not a technological perspective, but the human perspective. And that's what we did with morning hygiene. In the current project where we're looking at food, and there's also obviously a morning routine where people have to take breakfast. There we use the social robot to first invite people to start taking breakfast, and then we start pushing them a bit. But if they keep skipping, well, in the end, we leave them to it. That's up to them.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that is also linked to this video that you shared, that if a person doesn't want to do, even with technology, he will find a way to trick the robots and everything to do it.
Exactly.
So it needs to be inherent with their goals and their desire to change or to do. Yeah. Okay. Any other who wants to comment or share insight? Otherwise, yeah, Alex,
nobody
again.
else is here. I take the
can,
opportunity. So one approach in SAAM was also to use secondary end users as proxies for persuasion.
Yes.
So like niece or daughters or also social caregivers. Do you have any experience with that? Because there are pros and cons. Of course, it would go into a direction that you use the social circles and also a human-like interface, in that sense, not only human-like, but the human interface as a persuasive actor. And on the other hand, we always face these problems with privacy, and especially we have older adults not wanting to be a burden for their daughters and sons. Do you have any insights on that?
So I have to say, I don't know in detail what you did in your project, so I can't compare here. I have to say that in the user group that we're focusing on, it's well, for the food, it's people at home, so there it's a bit more difficult. The other user group is people who get home nurses, and as soon as they get to that level, privacy is not that much of an issue because they want to stay at home as long as possible. So for the user group where people accept everything just to stay at home, suddenly that's a different setting. But when people are earlier in the stages of deterioration, that's much more of an issue. So if I may ask the question to you, is this aligned with what you experienced in your project?
Absolutely. So that's not only for older adults, I guess that's in general with technology, especially if you also go to open spaces and open areas. For us as researchers, privacy seems to be a bigger issue than sometimes than for people out there. And it's the same to a certain extent. So people get rid of their privacy as soon as they see a clear benefit. That's also a danger to a certain extent.
And that's the ethical challenge, right?
We as researchers also need to be aware of that and not letting people to overtrust that. Yeah,
exactly.
Thank you.
Micha, if you want also to share something, or so. Okay, yeah, thank you, Martin. So thank you. So we'll go to Bernard Zenko, the technology manager of the project SAAM, and he will share a bit with us on the challenges of meeting user needs with technology, with research, also because we have also business partners, we have purely research institutes, and we have concrete stakeholders in the project, and how difficult or challenging it was bringing it all together. Okay. Bernard, you're...
Okay, hello. I hope you can hear me and see my slides, right?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, in this presentation, I would actually like to go through a few of the challenges that we have encountered in SAM. Of course, all the projects have challenges, and they are somehow resolved one way or the other. But here I've kind of selected 4 of them, which might be also used for this lessons learned thing, right? And actually, at least a few of them quite relate to what Martin was talking about, right? So actually, I will describe these 4, let's say, challenges, and try to also emphasize what have we learned out of this, right? And so if we just start, right? So the first challenge in SAM was actually the initial design of the system, right? Because, okay, within the proposal, we of course presented some general idea, but this idea did not really include the details, right? And the details, of course, are important. And for example, we did not really know how exactly and what exactly should we do, right? And at the very beginning, for example, we were not really sure which sensors exactly to use, right? What do we need to monitor? And then on the other hand, we also didn't know what do we want to monitor, right? For example, these 4 domains that we have already heard earlier, right, that are monitored in SAM. So at the beginning, we did not really have this specified, right? And at the beginning, we actually had this chicken and egg problem, right? So on one hand, we, the technical partners, somehow expected from end user partners to tell us what is relevant, what has to be done, right? And then on the other hand, end user partners were somehow unsure what can be done, right? So what is feasible technically to measure, for example, right? And there of course, we had this problem of how to proceed, right? And in general, here we could lose quite a lot of time deciding what to do and how to do. And the way we proceeded was that we just had to discuss different ideas among all partners. And for example, here it was quite crucial that we had a face-to-face meeting, right? And that we discussed different possibilities. And among these possibilities, we had to find a reasonable and also a feasible solution. And then, of course, we had to implement it. And yeah, whether this solution that we have implemented, if it was not really correct, then of course we had to change it. So basically, we had to apply the agile process here, right? And out of this phase of the project, I would say that the main lesson that we learned is that we basically should do this even faster, right? So we did spend some time actually figuring out how to do this. And I guess if we would be to do this again, I would say that we should do this just faster, right? So just lose less time here, right? Okay, now if we go to the second challenge, right? So I would say that the second challenge were the smart home and wearable devices that we were to use in SAM. So on one hand, of course, everyone would say, okay, but there's really plenty of these devices on the market one way or the other, right? So this surely would not be a problem. But actually, it turned out that this is quite a problem, right? So even if we have really a lot of these devices, and in theory they should work, right? There are quite a few issues with them, right? So one issue is, for example, that most of these IoT devices or wearable devices do not actually offer us access to raw data, right? So typically we only have access to the data they collect through some interface which is locked, right? And for a research problem, this is not really useful, right? Then on the other hand, we have a lot of cheap off-the-shelf do-it-yourself solutions like Raspberry Pi, right? Which in general work great, right? But they are somehow not suitable for end users, right? Let's take, for example, the Raspberry Pi, which we also used in the end in conjunction with the matrix creator that Alex also presented. So actually, for this device, we had no enclosure, right? No case to put on the shelf, and without this, we cannot really use this in pilots. And actually, then we had to somehow develop our own casing, right? And here it was really good that some of the colleagues in the consortium actually are quite handy and were able to design such an enclosure and actually also to produce it, right? So this is, for example, this was one issue which we didn't really expect at all, for example, right? Then again, right, within the project, we also used some devices which were developed by partners in the consortium. But then these devices were actually just a research prototypes, right? And as such, they were not really very reliable, and they were not really very user-friendly. And again, users did have some issues using them, right? Because simply they were developed within the project, and of course they could not be let's say polished in a way, right? So to summarize, oh yeah, not to forget, of course, another issue which we encountered was the connectivity issue, right? So in general, a lot of IoT devices connect via Bluetooth, and this should work in theory, this should work great, right? So we should not have any issues. And also when we tested the equipment in the lab, it worked, right? But then in practice, it turned out that the connection, for example, between wearable sensors and the system is not so reliable as we would wish, right? And for example, here we have this plot which kind of shows the measurement of a wearable sensor. And of course, we can see in between there are quite a few gaps, right? And these gaps are due to poor connectivity, right? So this was also another problem that, for example, we did not expect to encounter. So based on this, the lessons that we've learned, for example, is that, finding suitable hardware for such a smart home or let's say similar project is not trivial, right? So actually it's quite difficult. And another point, making all these sensors connect through Bluetooth and work reliably is very difficult actually. So actually this is, it turned out a non-trivial issue. Okay, so this much about the devices, right? Then another let's say issue, or perhaps not really an issue, but more of an observation, right? So of course, within the project, either SAAM or any other project, we have different partners, right? And they have different expertise and background, which is of course not only it's actually a benefit of a project to have such partners. But nevertheless, right, we do have, for example, research and business partners. We have technical or ICT partners, and on the other hand, social sciences partners. We have developers, we have end users, and so on, right? And each of us actually speaks or thinks in another way, right? So, for example, the differences which occurred due to these differences in backgrounds, for example, was the first one was the way of work for example, right? So let's say between business environment and research environment. For example, in research organizations, we rarely have requirements given in advance, right? But on the other hand, in business environment, this is of course natural, right? And somehow we had to bridge this gap of business partners not really having all the requirements in advance, and then the research partners, we had to somehow try to provide them at least in a way, right? Then again, we already mentioned earlier, right? The differences in needs, right? So, for example, for us, the technical partners, it was somehow natural that we should do whatever is technically feasible, right? But of course, then this has to be somehow countered by what actually the users need, right? So we cannot really do things which do not make sense for the users and so on, right? Just as Martin was explaining earlier. So this was, for example, one thing. And then another difference that also turned out was the difference in expectations, right? So for research partners, for example, it was SAAM was actually a research project, right? But then for end users, this was really they understood SAAM as something, well, as a project that will actually produce a deployable system, right? That will actually work at the end of the project, right? And of course, here we had to somehow understand each other that this probably will not be the case. In any case, I would say the lesson learned here is that intensive communication is really needed within the project, right? And for example, one of the things that we have done within, let's say, I would say in the first third of the project, at the end of the first third, was to actually start having daily telcos in the morning, right? So this way we really intensified communication. Everyone could speak to whoever he or she wanted, and I believe this quite improved the communication and development within the project. Okay, and then the last issue, so to say, is actually the same that Martin was describing earlier, right? So, for example, within SAAM, we have developed quite a few comprehensive coaching models that Martin, for example, was describing earlier, and mostly these models worked as expected by people who developed them, right? However, I mean, these models also produced, in a way, meaningful coaching actions. However, some of the users still did not follow them, right? So, for example, we had a user who was coached for sleep quality, who constantly was reading in bed and complaining of sleeping badly, right? And of course, the system did give her a coaching, of course, not to read in bed before going to sleep, because then you tend to have lower quality sleep. However, the user, of course, did not want to follow this advice, right? She simply did not want to change her daily habits, even if this would improve her sleep, for example, right? And this is something that I guess coaching systems do need to take into account. Now, regarding possible solutions, at least from the technical point of view, of course, we can have or we can introduce some probabilistic coaching, which would be able to adapt to users' preference, for example. And in SAAM, we also developed such an approach. However, we did not really test it. We simply did not have time to do this. However, this would be one let's say, technical solution, perhaps. But nevertheless, I believe that the lesson learned here is that actually additional research on coaching is needed, right? So how do we actually perform coaching in a way that will help people, right? And here this probably, or for sure, it means that we should not really be focused on some very, very specific instructions, right, which the users should follow in any case. But of course, we should just support users and offer them perhaps different options how to achieve the goal, right? So this, I guess, would be yeah, the last lesson learned here. So with this, I guess I will finish. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernard. So it was really nice sum up of our challenges in SAAM, and yeah, if we have the time frame, even with the extension, was not enough for all our ideas to develop. So for sure, we now have idea what works, what doesn't. I don't know if other participants want to share on their side, or if they have specific questions related to this, they can ask now.
Yeah, otherwise I'm sure that Irina and Nadia will also have their set of lessons learned. So.
And yeah, and on their side, next presentation is to show on the business side, because we have Scale Focus, which is our partner that has developed the platform, the application, and in a way the software behind the system. And here is Irina Stoyanova from Scale Focus. She will present a bit the challenges and the lessons learned from their perspective as an industry and as a concrete business-oriented partner.
Hello, everybody. Hi, thank you for the introduction. Okay, can you see my screen?
Not yet. Not
no?
yet.
Yeah, let me try again.
Now I think yes, yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so hey everybody, thank you for joining our conference, and thank you to all the presenters before me. We made it for a great afternoon. It was a very interesting experience. My name is Irina. To everybody who doesn't know me, I'm a project manager in Scale Focus, and together with my colleague Dorothea, who is also here, we had the opportunity to manage the software development in SAAM for the past 3.5 years. And now I had the opportunity in the long window of 15 minutes to share with you our challenges and experiences and lessons learned that you could perhaps use for your future endeavors. Now, a brief suggestion before we start. It is my impression that usually during those lessons learned sessions, even if they're in a fun format, I end up sort of bored, because we all have read dozens of books on product management and strategy and entrepreneurship. And when you lay those lessons, especially in retrospectives, without the entire context, because you cannot give all details, they seem kind of obvious. So I would challenge you, whoever is interested, to perhaps bind or link the lessons we learned, that should perhaps have been known already, with some sort of behavioral biases if you're into that stuff, or logical fallacies that might have led to this, and you can drop me a note in LinkedIn to discuss further if you want to. I'll begin with some basics. So I have positive lessons learned and negative ones, good practices, and I have mixed them up together to make for a more entertaining presentation. So I'll start with project versus product. It may seem kind of obvious that product development should be about the product as a whole and not focused on individual packages or projects, but it's quite easy actually to fall into a delivery mindset where you're producing outcomes instead of, outputs instead of outcomes. And the idea here is that many organizations, we have also can be blamed for this, see outputs and outcomes as interchangeable, but outputs are essentially like a checked off task. And they are not the same as something that has the product impact and achieves the outcome that you're looking for to produce and to give value to the customer. So first thing I would advise and give as a lesson learned is waterfall is great for consortium. Otherwise, go lean, go agile, build, measure, learn, and do this in shorter iteration as humanly possible. We know that these projects are lengthy, they are very complex with multiple partners, so organizing pilots is not an easy task at all. But if possible, see where the least friction is and where the least friction you can find, the least resistance you can find in a project pilot, and go there and test. This would be lesson number one. The second one would be try to instill the idea of MVP at the early stage as possible. Now, Bernard did a great explanation as to the duration and the difficulty of designing the system at the beginning. So after you've done that, first of all, make sure that when you have this, the MVP is dependent on not as many partners and not as many components, so you can actually push it quickly, and also make sure that you do it properly. So you don't do just some sort of cut-off version of a product, but test your risk case assumption, and if it fails, then pivot. Which brings me to my next point, instill pivot culture in your teams. R&D people are very good at this. Business, not everybody. So depending on what kind of teams you're working with and what kind of people, what kind of background. So if you're coming from a background where you have solutions, mostly solution experience, then you would have had some groomed backlog. You'd have exact requirements, and when you have so much pivoting and so much change in direction, you might construe this as chaotic and get a little bit frustrated. However, we should explain what we did is explain to our teams as much as possible that pivoting is actually good. This is R&D, it's expected, it's not chaos, it's the opposite. You're managing chaos and you're bringing order to the product and moving forward. So this is something that we learned. Something else is related to the open source idea. Now, when you're doing business, you can hit a wall with open source, and you can then decide that if you do a cost-benefit analysis and if you can prove that indeed it's going to be much better, even at a financial cost, that you continue with a different solution that is not open source, you can do that. Here, there is no chance for this. So you have to have open mind and go-getter attitude. And if you hit a wall with the solution that you have chosen, maybe there's not enough documentation, maybe the version sucks and you cannot move forward, then you have to bring down this wall or get a spoon and dig a hole, but do something to move forward, and you cannot turn to a closed solution. Next is a knowledge transfer. These are lengthy projects, and I don't know the statistics about other European countries, but at least in Bulgaria, the market is quite dynamic. And I think it's something like 2.5 years on average for somebody to keep in the same company. Of course, there are outliers in both ends, but I think this is sort of the middle. So make sure that you automate the procedure of knowledge transfer as much as possible. Have some sort of a welcoming package to help people that are coming to this big project with this heavy background, and facilitate the process of change in the team so that you don't lose time, you don't frustrate the team members that are already in the team, and you don't scare the new guys. The next, this is also relates to what Bernard said about different languages. So this was an expensive lesson for us. Well, we knew that there's difference between R&D and enterprise for sure. And actually, during the implementation of the project, we had great partners. We learned from each other. We were improving our communication. However, this error, this challenge, or this issue happened before, during the application form, when we decided to agree that all the requirements should be with different partners and not with us, and we did not plan to receive to have to groom a backlog. So when we thought that we're going to receive requirements, we thought, okay, we're going to get some sort of backlog with exactly actionable requirements, and this is not what is understood in the R&D world at all. So the businesses out there, plan for you to have a BA or somebody to bridge the guidelines you're going to receive, because you're not going to receive actionable backlog items, so functional requirements already groomed for you to action upon. Somebody has to bridge this with your team help in the process, and have this person constantly, at least during the development phase. So plan for that. And also we had to ensure a universally understood grooming requirements. Now, sometimes we think that we can be consultants, and maybe it's out of arrogance, but don't think that you can train an organization that is not agile, because in the IT world, we think that everybody outside are agile. It's not the case at all. They don't use this terminology, they don't have to. So either create some sort of simplistic grooming requirement matrix or document, or make sure that you constantly communicate with the people so that everybody know how you prioritize your backlog and how you groom this backlog. And when you say no, why you're saying no, and when you accept a product item, why you're doing that. Okay. Now this, I was a bit dubious if I should add it, but I decided to put our shame out there in order to maybe prevent somebody from doing the same mistake. Now, when we say deliverable is a document, what we envision is a 5-pager with bullet points and just straight to the point documentation. This is not at all what is understood. And with this erroneous assumption in mind, we committed to an obscene amount of deliverables, which turned out to be expensive and time-consuming, more than we have planned for. So keep in mind that when we're talking about deliverables, document, a lot more is expected. Thankfully, we had great partners who were very patient, and they would come back with reviews for our documents with, could you please expand on that? What do you mean? What is that? So you end up there, but focus on quality, not on quantity, and keep in mind that if your cultural organization, or the culture in your organization does not tolerate verbosity and lengthy documents, you need to have a special resource for this, and you need to plan this especially to avoid any drama during the project. Now, this is a very brief lesson. Thankfully, this is a positive one for us because we caught this very early on, so we don't know what is the impact of this not being applied. But when we're talking about consortiums and many organizations from different backgrounds, different countries, and again, with this sort of shift in the requirements, constant shift in the requirements, you might start to feel some tension, and you might start to feel some division between us, the development team, and them, the guys who keep on bringing your requirements. And in this case, you should catch this very early on. And what we did is start focusing on the human contact, because we spent 3.5 years together, and I at least consider everybody very close at this point. And this helps very much with any friction the software engineering team might feel at the beginning. When you know the people better, you're more willing to compromise, and also you feel like we together are developing a product and it's not us versus them. This was a useful step to make. And finally, this is actually a shout out to BehaviourChange and the way they ran the project, but we had opportunities to have no product owners project. Now, I believe that the choice of what to build or fix is quite hard, and it requires insights of many to do it well. So if you want to do it poorly, you can delegate all this work to a single person or a single product owner. This ordinary, I don't know who coined this phrase, but I believe that when you instill a product owner to a bunch of intelligent guys, intelligent people, then from engineers, you turn them into ordinaries, which are guys who just take orders and do what they're told without putting a thought in their work. We had the opportunity to have a common vision and contribute to the product constantly, and not just act upon backlog items and follow orders. And in order to achieve that, I believe with SAAM and with all the products here, actually it's quite easy because we have social impact in our products. We're not developing the next online casino or anything like that. So it's easy to create customer obsession, which is a buzzword, but it's a buzzword for a reason. And it's easy to create a community around a common goal to help our primary users. So this is a great lesson we learned to have a shared understanding of the product and a shared obsession with the customers and with the product. And also a quick advice on how to treat a technical business team within such an environment. First of all, there's a huge communication not overhead, but there's a huge communication load, which PM should overtake, and you should protect your team from any of that, but don't overprotect the team. This is something we did at the beginning. I cut off the team entirely from the communication so that I can give them the space to think and work. But as I mentioned, it's better for them to feel part of the community and to participate more. So you find the balance between those two. And this, I believe, wraps up my lessons learned. So if you have any questions or any comments, please let me know, or you can contact me on LinkedIn. And also do know that I didn't talk about anything technical, digitally technical, because this is a vast audience. But if you want to have a more technical discussion with us, drop me a note and we can organize something.
Thank you, Irina. It was really nice presentation, and you really focused on the main things. It's true that the human contact communication is really important. Everyone to be part of the team. Also in co-creation, this challenge of what you said, backlog, the requirements. It was really a big challenge initially for everyone. So thank you very much for sharing your lessons learned and the challenges we had during those almost 4 years project now. If some of the other participants want to ask something or to share something, they can do now. I don't see raising hands. So I suggest that we also see from the user's perspective and how we engage users in pilots and the challenges we met there as well. My colleague Nadezhda Mitova from the Balkan Institute will share with us our experience.
Thank you very much, Vera.
Sorry, and hello to Dorka for joining.
Thanks a lot, Vera. Now I'll be sharing my screen. Can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, great. It's a pleasure for me to be the person wrapping up today's discussion with Sorry about that. Okay, I'll be exiting presenter's view. So it's a pleasure for me to be wrapping up today's discussion with an introduction as to how we engaged social circles and senior users, both inside and outside of the SAAM platform and the SAAM system overall. So how I would like to start, what I would like to start with is the SAAM vision and aims from the perspective of senior users, the way we addressed their needs and the challenges that they encounter in everyday life. So what we did in the beginning of the project was an extensive work on user needs, understanding them, talking to people from the 3 pilot communities in Bulgaria, in Austria, and in Slovenia. And the way SAAM came to be from those discussions is that every person needs a nice balance between the resources that they have within themselves and the challenges that they encounter in everyday life. And whenever this balance, maybe in life overall, or maybe in some particular situations, is tilted one way or another, a person may not feel the best of themselves. So what we try to do in SAAM is to offer a holistic way in the different domains that you saw that SAAM can provide support through recommendations to keep up a person's well-being in a way that they could live independently for as long as possible. And I think what is very special about SAAM is that it didn't require for the social circle to be a parallel to the system, but rather it included it in a very nice and diversified manner. So first I will be presenting social circles engagement from the point of view of how it happens within the SAAM platform. Any person can register in the platform. They can be a senior person using SAAM, so that they would be a primary user, or they can be a social worker or a family member, friend, neighbor, or anybody from the wider community of seniors. Whenever two SAAM users want to interact with each other, they need to add each other into their contacts. And this happens in a two-step process. So you find the person and then you match them in one of three social circles. They can be either in your friend circle, family circle, or community circle. Another way SAAM supports social interactions outside of just being contact is through the functionality of text, audio, and video chat, which enables people staying in touch just like any other social system. So this is something that is quite common on the market, but what makes it special is that it's in addition to SAAM's recommendations. Another way that contact among people is encouraged is through attending events, shared events that a person can keep track of in their personal SAAM calendar. So they can have their own personal engagements there, but they can also find events of their likings through matching their own personal interests, and open events that can be created in various areas. So for example, gymnastics for seniors, or music events. If there's an open event that matches a person's interest, then they automatically get the notification that they can attend this event in their locality. This is just a screenshot of how personal interests and open events tags can be linked. And the third layer of personalizing your relationships is through the roles that a senior person can attach. I don't know if that's the correct technical term, but can attach to a secondary user or a friend who is also using SAAM as a primary user. So on one hand, a person can appoint their coach, which would mean that they're appointing a person to be receiving their recommendations on their behalf if they don't feel quite okay with interacting through text through the system, or receiving voice coaching messages, which are the other two modalities that Alex spoke about. Then a person can also appoint a caregiver, which could be the same person or not. It's a caregiver in some sense, meaning that this is a person that can help from inside with managing the SAAM system for senior people. This happens through attaching tags. So you can appoint a coach in the 4 domains that we have for recommendations, and you can see a person's wall. You can receive the coaching on their behalf. And the interesting thing that personally I am fascinated with is that in comparison to the video that Martin showed us, it's not only a statistics message, it's also instigating a secondary user to take action in a very personal manner. So to take Vera out for a meeting today, if I have the opportunity to do so as her secondary user. Then I can also attach a caregiver's role. And the way in which I said a person can take care of SAAM system of a primary user from the inside is the fact that there's a special button in your caregiver admin panel, if you are a caregiver, that allows to enter in a very transparent manner a senior person's profile, and then you can review their stats if necessary, or you can help them with their sleeping diary entries if they don't feel comfortable with filling them in on their own. It's very important to note for me, from my perspective, that all those roles are only attached to a person if the primary user agrees to do so. And now from inside the system, we go outside to the SAAM pilots, and we can see that there were three very distinct factors that determined how users from Austria and Bulgaria, and to some extent in Slovenia, determined their coaching preferences. So first, seniors have very different levels of prior experience with technologies overall and with smart technologies in particular. We ranged from people in rural areas in Bulgaria who only have landline phones and televisions, to very advanced users in Austria who have all the possible applications and all the possible smart devices that one can see on the market. And then age was also a determinant on how coaching preferences prevailed among our pilot sample. We had a very diversified sample ranging from people that just entered their 60s, because that was our cutoff line, to seniors who were already in their late 80s. And we also had a prevalence of women against men, because an inclusion criterion for entering our pilot studies was for users to live on their own. And as we know, now there's the current state of play is that women have longer life expectancy. So we had more women engaged in the pilots than actually expected, to a certain extent. We also had great variations in location. This is the geographical determinant. In some parts of Bulgaria, there's very low level of experience with smart technologies, just because internet and open communications entered on the market later compared to other countries. Now, from the very human perspective, what we learned from our users, I will share with you in 2 slides. The first one shows direct quotes of users who already completed their long-term pilots. And I personally have some favorite ones. I am very much fascinated by the fact that SAAM contributed to a person's life in a way that it activated them more compared to their usual state of mind and state of physical activity, just because they had to do something very new for them. It's also nice to see and to hear it was pleasant to participate, and people were expecting their coachings. I think it's the quote on the right. It was pleasant and I waited to receive something. This particular user meant the voice coachings. They were thrilled and eager every day to hear about their voice coachings. And through the coaching, people try to keep their level of daily responsibilities without skipping them. Of course, this is a very positive take on users' experience. The other side of the coin is that, as all of our colleagues already said in the lessons learned part, is that we are developing a prototype. We're developing a system that can constantly change, and that started from a very early idea and developed into a prototype. So different seniors who participated in the project through the different stages of it had different impressions, because, for example, in the beginning or in the middle, technology was not very stable, but towards the end, one can easily see that the positive feedback outweighs the negative, or at least that's my impression. So far, we are just about to enter the analysis, to finish up and wrap up the analysis. On the other side, we also have the feedback from coaches. Here we have the definition in one word or in one expression of people who were actual coaches for seniors throughout the pilots, but people also who were introduced to the idea of SAAM at the end stage of the project and were asked for their summative opinions. Most of them said that SAAM is a helper and that it offers a new type of care that is in addition to any personal and or professional obligations, because as you will see now, our pilot organizations are very different and communicate with seniors in a personal or professional manner. Coaches also find the system useful, and they also see it as very scalable, because many of them pointed towards the need that we also should integrate health measurements into the coachings that are currently offered by SAAM. And so who were our pilot user organizations? We had 4 in 3 countries, as I mentioned, and as I mentioned, there were very different people from their cohorts who opted in for testing the prototype, and they also have very different socioeconomic status and overall engagement in life, with Caritas users moderately to heavily relying on professional assistance with everyday tasks, while BRC users are quite independent. Also, social users are quite independent, and they might need some type of support in some particular everyday activities or particular stages in their life. For example, in Socha, their patients need support after recent amputation, but they go back to their relatively normal lives after some time of adaptation. And in the other side of the array are EURAC users from Austria, who are completely independent and very, very engaged in life. How we personalized our engagement with seniors, we need to have a great thank you. It can never be enough to our social partner organizations, because they instilled a sense of security in seniors throughout the pilots. They also acted as contact points and hotlines throughout the pilots, because it was to them to whom seniors turn to before knowing the other part of the team better. There are also very different motivations for technology engagement and also for overall engagement in the project for different users. Some people entered the project with a motivation to help create a product for other seniors who require more assistance in their lives, while others just wanted to try it out for fun. Then we also had to have different approaches to the different challenges with technology that seniors encountered. Some challenges that they had were due to their inexperience with it. They were very afraid that if they were doing it right, if they were handling the devices right, with this challenge we were able to help to a large extent, because we always were available and callable and invitable before COVID, so to say, to help and to continuously explain that it's okay if you are not doing something right. Challenges, however, provoked by the performance of technologies were mostly out of our reach, because the technology needs time to be refined. And so a challenge that a person encounters and reports cannot be overcome within a day or with a phone call. It requires a week or 2 weeks or some more time. And this is where we step in and we reassure seniors that when we have the solution for it, we will come back to them, and this we did. Now, a very nice statement, in my opinion, is that throughout the pilots, some seniors got to know each other, so they extended their social networks, while others were already friends in real life, and they opted in for testing SAAM as a group, and this further strengthened their bond. In the details of how we engaged social circles, they were a very different group to speak with. They, as people that are very aware of modern technologies, meaning family, friends, and the wider community, they do use modern technologies, and they also have some privacy concerns that are very relevant, absolutely. And for that, we had to provide very detailed project and product information, sometimes several times throughout the pilot, so that they could rest assured that it's okay. And for that matter, to come back to Martin's presentation and Bernard's, the SAAM system logic is very easy to explain to a person. It's very logical, it's very transparent. So these privacy concerns were easy to handle for those people who opted in participating in the project. Others that were approached and that were invited to enter the piloting, they also reported on having this big brother sense, which we could not show them that it wasn't, just because they didn't want to enter the project. And at the end of our pilots, the way we did key informant interviews, focus groups, and community interviews, the feedback that we got from them, from the participants, is that the engagement strategy of secondary users within the system is indeed a viable one, because it's personalized and it's easy to follow up on. And to wrap up my presentation, the lessons learned distilled in one not so short slide are the following. As was already mentioned, there may be some very high or moderately high expectations towards a system. Some people, even if explained, some people regard the system not as a prototype, but as a deployable system in everyday life, which is different in reality. It was a lot more different than reality at the beginning of the pilots, and we closed this gap towards the end, but anyhow, it still remains a prototype until today. And this was a friction that we had to handle. And maybe we also have part of the responsibility for this friction emerging, because when a person has never used a smartphone or a tablet or any other smart technology, one needs to explain the product as it will be in the future, and probably because it's still unknown, and probably this is how the expectations were risen. So this is a key lesson learned that we will take away from the project. Again, the fear of breaking SAAM. Seniors are very, very responsible with their belongings and with their responsibility that they have taken up for participating in a project of this sort as SAAM. And so we had to constantly reassure that it's okay for devices not to be in mint condition after their use, and that we have calculated for it, and it's our common aim together with the seniors for devices to be used instead of put in or remain in their packagings. With respect to the recommendations, we realized that we still haven't stricken the right amount of pressure, because some users report on the coaching messages being too mild for them to follow up on, while others report that they're too demanding. So we are about to see how this right amount of pressure was struck in individual cases, but overall we still need to twitch a bit the coaching messages. User interface, of course, as a precondition, it needs to be very intuitive and very clear, just to avoid the risk of it dissuading people from using the system on the second day that they have it. And this is why I'll jump just to the SAAM help desk. This is also why we think that it's paramount that not only SAAM, but any system of this sort also has attached to it a SAAM help desk or support center, call center, whatever you would like to call it, that in which there are people out there that can offer help in an unbiased, in a very mild manner over time for seniors to feel comfortable with using such a technology. We also had to address concerns if we were fraudsters, but that's only because I don't know how it is in other countries, but in Bulgaria there are phone hoaxes with people losing money over false phone calls, and this we could not overcome as a challenge just because people who are afraid of losing money or belongings with participating in the project didn't wish to enter, but it's a lesson learned for our whole field. I think we need to reassure people who would be the future users of SAAM that it's for the better. It's for the better, and they're in control of what happens with their data and with their SAAM usage. Also, there were concerns about Big Brother watching. This is something that I already mentioned. We also weren't able to very well address this concern. But if a potential participant gives you the time to explain to them what SAAM, what the technology is about and how it functions, this sense of Big Brother is to a certain extent ameliorated. The strongest motivator proved to be the real everyday life benefit for the users, because their participation for the better of humankind ends, I don't know if I will be correct in the statement, but ends between the 2nd and the 4th week of their participation. And after that, they want to see what the system brings to them in real life, just that. And also, to wrap up, the importance of recognizing the people who are behind the system is immense. And this is, again, to thank all the social partner organizations, because it's because of the trust that they have gained from the seniors that they work with. It's owing to them, to a large extent, that we had the opportunity to approach seniors in the first place and be offered the stage to explain what SAAM is about. Otherwise, it would have been an immense challenge to get people into piloting SAAM. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadia. It was really nice presentation, and also sharing with the rest of the team how the social circles look, how are they engaged. It was also nice hearing that the positive feedback from the users, also on the voice coachings. I know why, because the voice was very, very nice, that talked to the users. So yeah, here those are the hiccups we experienced during the lifetime of the project. If someone else of you want to share something, well, we have still a couple of minutes till the end. I don't see forest of hands, so probably we are all already tired. Hello, Martin, you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on something that Nadia did not mention. So I remember the start of piloting and all the installation. So this was not shown today at all, not in our technical presentations and not in this one, but it, at least for me and for the entire team at JSI, it was quite amazing how you managed to do that. So it was quite untrivial to do all these installations of all the hardware and software pieces there, and to also explain to people how this should be managed. And this was incredible.
Thank you, Martin.
Yeah, I think also that Richard has a question about, so I can read it to you. If you could change or develop one thing about SAAM for the users, what might it be? And what surprised you most throughout the process? This is probably also to all the consortium members as well. So Well,
I could take up the opportunity to change. One thing would be to be more, to engage the social circles even more, because the SAAM piloting was limited because of its design to one-on-one coaching, but I can already imagine in a group where people are coaches to one another, and that they already check upon each other in everyday life when they meet for a coffee, but it would be even better if this checkup is backed up by science and by data. So if a person hasn't slept well, then another senior could go and visit and have a pajama party and watch a movie and then try to sleep better. What surprised me the most would be one of our users who was at the time in her late 80s and who had never used anything besides a landline phone. And by the end of the piloting, she was using very easily the tablet for SAAM and also for reading the news in bed when she couldn't sleep. So I believe that there is no limit to people learning, whatever their age.
Thank you, Nadia. I think also Eva wants to comment.
Yes, I want to add something. What surprised me most was that we had 4 female and 4 male participants, and it was easier for the females to install the system. We prepared the video, you have seen it, and they followed step by step what was said in the video. And the male ones that opened the box, and they saw all the devices and they started to plug in and do something. And then they called me and asked me, this is not working. How should I do it? And so on. So that was surprising me most, that all the ladies were doing the installations without any problems.
Yeah, this is additional finding, interesting finding on the difference between men and how women work in general. So if nothing works, then read the instructions. Probably that's to sum it up.
Exactly.
Yes. Okay. Well, thank you everyone. So probably we should slowly wrap things up. So with this, we conclude our objective with this today's event and today's conference. So thank you everyone for being part of it. For sure, we still have a couple of months to finalize everything. We had a lot of research results, probably some outcomes that might even develop into potentially some working solutions. I believe that we touched on very good approaches in the project with a lot of intuitive functions that could, with a little bit of more time and a little bit more work, we can have really great results. But I think the most important results were the experience we had during those 4 years. The connections we made, and also the lessons we learned, because there are quite a lot, and it will help us in our future endeavors. And also I wish all of you very good progress with your future endeavors, and I hope that we'll be able to work again together in another or other initiatives. But first, to finish the project, of course. So thank you. Thank you, everyone, and see you around. So we will follow up with the presentations. We'll send it to everyone. You will be able also to go back, if you want, to some of them in YouTube. And yeah, it was great meeting you and having this shared moment.
Thank you, Vera, for organizing all of this in such a great perfection.
Thank you also for participating in it. So keep well.
Yes, well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.